Hello, everyone. The Pop Culture Curator here, and I'm about to welcome everyone back. Today is Tuesday evening, so obviously that means horror and sci-fi review night. I apologize, I missed last week. I was really busy with work, so I know we're in the middle of our Evil Dead trilogy review. Or I guess we're towards the end of it since it's three parts. First, we covered the original Evil Dead, then we covered Evil Dead 2, and tonight we will be covering The Army of Darkness. All three movies, of course, are directed by the wonderful, great Sam Raimi and starring the fantastic and very talented Bruce Campbell. Um, I know it's if you're on the rerun, I hope you enjoy this review. I have others if you check out my channel, and we will be building a list of more additional movies. I think maybe perhaps next week I have people request John Carpenter's The Thing, so it sounds like maybe we'll cover that one if people seem to enjoy it. I think maybe they might. Um, but if you are watching this on the rerun, I hope you enjoy it. If you do, please hit the like button. Maybe even subscribe to my channel and hit the alert notification so that you will be notified next time I have a stream. I usually on Mondays I review Star Trek the Animated Series with Anti-Derivative Jill, Scotty R37, and Gorilla's Random Thoughts. And then on Tuesday evening, you'll find me here doing the horror reviews as we're doing now. And then tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, we will be doing our Gilligan's Island stream with the fantastic Gorilla's Random Thoughts as my co-host. And hello, Gorilla. It looks like Gorilla at perfect time. He just showed up in the chat. So good to see you, Gorilla. Oh, that reminds me. I'm going to put a link in the chat if anybody wants to join the panel. I'm kind of doing this at the last second, so bear with me here. There we go. There's a link. And of course, I can't even spell that right, but I'll do the best I can. But you guys, I'm sure you get the idea of what I'm talking about. So there is a link there in the chat for anybody who'd like to come up here. I don't know how familiar you are with the movie. And Nemesis of Eden, so good to see you. Hail, good to see you. I missed everybody last week. This is one of my favorite streams. So I was very disappointed that we weren't able to cover it because it's such a fantastic movie. If you have not seen this movie, because I know some of you are out there, maybe have not had the chance, but if you have not, I highly recommend it. I don't want this review to spoil the experience for you. I definitely want you to experience it on your own. And because it's highly recommended. It's a very unique movie, and it's and I think it's something you'll find entertaining if you've never seen it before. Looks like we have a guest here coming up here as soon as they get their stuff ready. I wanted to say here, let me show here. We have Gorilla's Random Thoughts says hey in the chat. I will try to cover the chat tonight. I'll try to read every chat because you guys down there well, not down there, but you in the chat are very important to me. Without you, I wouldn't have a stream. So I will try to cover every single chat if I can. If I missed your chat or if I overlook it, please let me know. Nemesis of Eden says hail pop. And there's Nemesis of Eden. How are you doing, Nemesis?
I'm doing really well, Pop. How are you doing?
Oh, fantastic. It's good to see you. I'm glad thank you for being here. It gives me someone to talk to.
Well, of course. I'm glad to be here. I've been looking forward to this. And yeah, I missed last week too. It's fun hanging out with everyone.
It is. When we did the Evil Dead 2, we had a lot of people on, and that one went on for almost 5 hours. It kept going on, and even towards the end, there was more people coming in. I found it very difficult to end the stream, but it gets to where it's out here. It's almost 11 or midnight.
Yeah, right. Like 5 hours is almost way too long, man. Like 4 hours is pushing it even. So like, what's the ground rules? We thinking like 3 hours tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it on point, and maybe try to cut the. I know a lot of people like to talk about their love for this movie, and I enjoy that. I encourage it. But maybe if we start going off on tangents that aren't related, I'll try to keep those to a minimum if I'm able to. I felt bad after last stream because I thought about that after. It's like I should have kept it more on point. So I felt really bad if you're listening that it went on so long because I know nobody wants to listen to a 4 or 5 hour stream. about a movie that's only 90 minutes long. So we will try to keep this one a little more brisk and faster paced. Don't want to bore you all. Nemesis Bean says, "Hail Gorilla," and Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, "Hey Nemesis."
Hi, Gorilla.
So yeah, Gorilla. I don't know. Gorilla's not really too much into gory movies, but Gorilla, just for your information, this movie, yeah, it's got a little bit of gore in it, but it's not scary gore. Kind of this movie, I guess. If you ask anybody out there who are aware of the Evil Dead movies, this one's more maybe like a comedy, horror, action, possibly. But that's my
Definitely.
opinion.
Oh, I like this is the one I started off with as a kid, as like 7 or 8 years old. Like there's nothing in here that's going to be like over the top. It's not like we're not watching like the original Evil Dead or even Evil Dead 2, where there's like, and once again, even that stuff wasn't super gory, but like enough that like a normie could be turned off by it for sure.
You're right, because the three movies evolved as they went along. The first one was mostly horror. Second one was horror comedy, and this one's horror comedy action adventure. I guess if I was to try to describe it. And Gorilla says, "I'm not scared. I just can't remember where I put my buckets." Well, there is a little bit of blood splatter here, Gorilla, but it's if you haven't seen the first two, I will say that it's the blood and the gore are kept to a minimum in this movie compared to the first two. If you're seeing this for the first time, you're going to be like, "What?" It's probably not going to seem like it, but yes, the first two have a lot more gore and blood splatter. And I wanted to say hello, Lemon Pie. Yo, Lemon Pie, so good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Hail Lemon, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can get the window pulled up here if I don't screw this up too badly. There we go. Now, I want to mention first and foremost is there was more than one cut of this movie. When Sam Raimi produced this to Universal, after he finished making it, he produced it to Universal, they did not like the original ending. What we're watching here,
yeah.
right? So what we're going to cover here tonight mostly is the director's cut because I like to be able to share the director's vision. It's a little longer, and it has the original ending, which Universal did not like. So you will see when we get to the end of the movie, you'll see the original ending with Ash in the future is what it's called, I guess. And then after that, I will show the ending to the theatrical release because Universal demanded a reshoot of the ending of the movie to make it more, I guess, um, funnier and placed in the present. So the second, I don't want to give away too much, but in the when I show the clip from the theatrical version, it'll be Ash returning to S Mart. So for anybody who has seen the movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. Nemesis of Eden. How I have to ask, what was it like seeing this one first and then the other two? Did it make sense?
It did make sense. Because I didn't see Evil Dead or Evil Dead 2 up until like a year or two ago. I had always just watched Army of Darkness, just kind of like as a standalone film, and even then, it stands its own,
Did you
right?
know that it was right? Did you know that it was a sequel to two other movies?
I did actually. I just had never like once again I couldn't be like, "Hey mom, can you rent Evil Dead for me, please?" Like it
Oh
was just
yeah,
funny because
honey, yeah.
right? Like, oh yeah, no problem, sweetie. Which I mean, it's funny because we all watch like Psycho on Halloween and like stuff like that. But anyways, my family is weird.
Very
I
cool.
love my family.
Oh no, my mother introduced me to The Exorcist when I was 9 years old. She took us to the theater. So I'm actually happy because my mother exposed us to horror when I was a kid. So that's why I'm such a fan. A lot of people were never exposed to horror as children. So as adults, they still either refuse to watch it or don't want to or are traumatized by it. So I'm
My
very happy that I was
generation,
exposed. Go ahead.
yeah, me too. My generation is lucky. We had Jurassic Park, which is like a horror film disguised as like an action film.
True.
So like we a lot of us were exposed to like 6 or 7 to that. So even it was just subconsciously ingrained into our features. But I still can't believe your mom took you to go see The Exorcist. That's so cool.
Yeah, I know. I was like, whoa, my mind was totally blown. Um, we had drive-ins. This was drive-ins at the time, and she had an old '59 Ford station wagon, and We would curl up in the back of that, and if it was hot, I would lay up on the very top of the station wagon and watch the movie from there. And I remember laying on top of the station wagon watching The Exorcist. It was quite an experience when you're 9 years old. And especially because that's when I was exposed to makeup effects. That's what really got my interest in the makeup effects. The great Stan Winston worked on that movie, which, of course, he did win an Academy Award for. And he went on to many things, including Jurassic Park.
I was just gonna say, I'm like,
Okay.
that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, excellent makeup artist. Unfortunately, he even had his own studio, but unfortunately, he passed away not long ago. But his studio is still
But
around, and his students keep it running.
awesome.
Yeah, I mean, almost anything. Some of the most exceptional work in Hollywood that has to do with either creature effects, mechanical creature effects, or makeup. He's pretty much got hands on to almost everything that was made, any of the big stuff that most people have heard of. Lemon Pie says, "Hail, Pop and Nemesis." Lemon Pie says, "Hey, Gorilla." And Scogly, welcome, Scogly. So good to see you. I'm up to my neck and a stock order that came in a day early. Oh, I understand, Scogly. Good luck, huh? Maybe Scogly can drop in when he gets a chance. Gorilla's Random Thought says, "Hey, Lemon Meringue." And Gorilla's Random Thought says, "What's a drive-in?" Yeah, that was the good old days where you could actually drive your car into the drive-in. The screen was on the outside. You roll down the windows. You grab the speaker off the pole. You put it in the window. Crank it up. And I don't know. I miss. I don't like. Not a fan of walk-ins. Uh, they walk. Well, it's called theater. People just call them theaters now, but basically, a walk-in is a theater where you walk in and sit in and inside of a building. Grills Random Thought says, "What's a station wagon?" Watch National Lampoon's Vacation, and that's a very clear depiction of the dying era of the station wagon. In fact, that movie helped kill station wagons.
Right.
Truckster.
Anyways,
Yes.
we should probably
Anyways,
carry on with. Yeah.
right. So here we go. I'm going to. We'll be going through this with slides with Army of Darkness. Obviously, I don't want to play any audio because I don't want to get flagged for copyright. I'll play a few clips here and there, but not too much because once again, I don't want to get flagged for that either. So we're gonna move along. And I'll read some, like here you can see the subtitles, and I will read some of them, but I won't be able to read all because once again, the copyright strike, and I don't want to ruin the experience if you eventually watch this movie on your own. But here we are, voiceover with Ash saying it seems an archaeologist has come to this remote place. This is kind of a very, very short recap of the second movie. Next,
Yeah.
Necronomicon Ex Mortis, the Book of the Dead.
Which was great because this is
There we
why I
go.
didn't need um, to watch the other movies really to know what was going on in this one. It's just like, oh, yep, here you go. Girlfriend possessed, getting sucked into the thing, falling through the sky. Here we go.
And seeing this, did it pique your interest and make you want to see the originals?
Yeah, it was really interesting. I always wanted to see Evil Dead 2 because I remember looking at the actual VHS box art and being like, whoa, that looks like really good. But of course, I couldn't convince my parents to do that. So
That's quite all right. So here we are with one, and I know I've said this before, and I'll say it again. But Sam Raimi owns that car that you see on screen. It's a 1972 Oldsmobile Delta 88. He owned it since it was, in fact, it was the very first car that he ever owned. And him and Bruce Campbell, Sam Raimi, Robert Tapert, and Ted Raimi, and the rest of the group used to make homemade movies before they got in and hit it famous. So Sam Raimi used to put this in all his movies. It's even the same car that Uncle Ben drove in the Spider-Man movies. So here we have our recap. And basically the gates of hell are opening and they're sucking Ash out the door. And there's a vortex. And we get our title credits, which are fantastic.
oh man, the music and like just the what is it, stop motion with the title card? I don't even know.
Yes,
I think it's
it's
just
actually
animation.
it is animated, yes. And the music is done by Joe LaDuca, who did the first two movies. So he stuck with Sam
Oh,
Raimi through his whole career. So and Joe LaDuca started in a just an independent small movie studio in Michigan. So yeah, it's glad I'm glad that he eventually earned the, and even the makeup artist went on to bigger and better things. So this pretty much made stars of all of them. So here's where we have our hero Ash drop from the sky and go back a little bit with the car, and there it is. And they both crash to the ground. And here's what they had. Now, if you've seen Evil Dead, you will notice that the scene has changed. In the first Evil Dead, the Evil Dead 2, at the end, when Ash lands here back in the past, they praise him as a hero. But in this movie, they kind of redid it. So when they come up, they're a little more hostile and they take him captive. And here's where he's waking up. He's still not quite sure what's going on. And here's him trying to talk to them.
And there's the knights trying to spear the car because they don't know what it is.
Right. And the car is obviously totaled. So it's fascinating how they actually get that car running again in this movie. And they had to
Yeah,
drop it.
like
Go
how
ahead.
high did they drop it from? No, no, no. I was just agreeing with you.
No, they dropped it from about 75 feet and they used a crane, a very big crane, which accidentally turned over the first time they shot it. And they had to get a larger crane and reshoot the scene. Okay. And here's where he's kind of repeating to himself, and he's remembering from when they read the Book of the Dead in the second movie, prophesizing that there would be somebody coming to be the savior for all and deliver us from the terrors of the Deadites. And here's where we have other prisoners.
Henry the Red.
Yes, Henry the Red. I'm going to try to get a clip of this if I can. Here they are struggling with Ash here. And this is so funny. What's really funny about this is the director Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell are friends since high school. And Sam Raimi is very tough on Bruce Campbell. So he tells the extras to really rough him up. So a lot of that is actually struggling. And then we're going to see a clip where they're stoning Ash. They're stoning him and throwing rocks at him. And of course, they're fake rocks. But Sam Raimi wanted to make it look a little more realistic. So you will see it, you will catch in some shots Ash being pelted by potatoes, which are being thrown by Sam Raimi.
Hail, mad scientist. Hail, Oiler Greg. Good to see you guys here. Thank you for coming on by. Appreciate you
Oh,
being here.
yes. Excellent. Hello, mad scientist. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you all. And Gorillas Rampart says, so it's more secluded if you and your date get bored of this movie. Very, yes. That was one thing that made drive-ins popular, where teenage dates would take their car and sit in the back seat. Mad Scientist says, hey, everyone. And Oiler Greg says, hi, everyone. I'm watching on Roku TV. I won't be able to chat, but I will be here. Well, I'm glad you could join us, Oiler Greg. And Lemon Pie says, hey, Oiler. Okay. So here we have, of course, this man here does not know where the chainsaw is, but he picks it up. Here we are, where Ash is being pelted with rocks, taken to the city. Well, I guess he hasn't been pelted yet, but they're taking him to the city. There it is. And of course,
Just
obviously, right, it's just a matte painting, obviously, or a model. Matte painting and or miniature. Oh, the great Bruce Campbell. There they are leading him into the city. And there's Beth Davids. She was just barely starting out in this movie here. I believe it's 1993, 92. And Beth Davids was barely starting out. She was still fairly, relatively unknown, but she sprung to stardom so quick that within the same year here, she also starred in Schindler's List.
Oh, really? Who was she in Schindler's List?
I'd have to look it up. I haven't seen Schindler's List in such a long time. Bear with me here.
Oh,
Let's
dude,
see
I
here.
haven't seen Schindler's List since high school.
Yeah, in fact, I think from what I was hearing, that's the last time John Williams won an Academy Award for his music. Which, if that's true, that's shameful.
It is. Yeah, don't
And
don't 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 worry about like the Schindler's List thing right now. That's we can talk about that later.
yes, but take my word for it. If you've seen Schindler's List, she should have been in that movie as well. And Schindler's List is dated as 93. So the following year, I guess she was in Schindler's List, to be more specific.
Hola to you, Hungry. Great to have you here, buddy.
Hello, hungry boy. So good to see you. And there she is. She, of course, they're treating him very horrible. I got to show this here. And there she is, grabbing him by the hair, not being very nice. Of course, he's more confused.
Oh,
And
well, of
she's at,
course, right?
right.
Like, can
Her
you imagine just going through like everything of Evil Dead 2 and now you just got dropped here because he hasn't slept or anything. This is all just boom, one night.
right. All right. Exactly. And apparently, what happened is her brother's been dead, and so they're rounding up people from around the countryside. They're not sure who killed her brother, so she's assuming
Well,
that Ash is one of the other people.
yeah, he fell fighting one of Henry the Red's men, and that's why she assumes Ash is one of Henry the Red's because he's been caught up in this, and he's the head of the thing. She's just like, blah, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. My
Yes,
brother.
definitely. Right. She's not exactly the nicest, I guess you could say.
Well, I
And
mean, justifiably so.
Hungry Boy says, "Hold up, folks. Great review. Thank you, Hungry Boy." And Lemon Pie says, "Hey, hungry." And Hungry Boy says, "Hiya, Lemon Pie." So here we are with the.
I always liked the blacksmith as a character. He doesn't say much, but like you can tell, he just shakes his head. He's like, ah, these poor fools. They have no idea what they're in for. The
Now,
pit. Ah,
now you know who plays the blacksmith, right?
I don't actually.
Ted Raimi, Sam Raimi's younger brother, who played Henrietta in Evil Dead 2.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
skinny little Ted Raimi. Right, he was the one in the old Henrietta suit, the Deadite, that came out of the fruit
Yeah.
cellar in the second movie. So you'll hear him
Okay.
and where they when later on when they side with Ash, and he said, "You can use my steel."
And my steel and my axe. Oh, sorry, wrong movie.
No, that's fine. And Sam Raimi is also one of those people there in the crowd. Sam Raimi likes to do cameos within his own movies. Here's where they're releasing him, and they want to decide to throw him into the pit. He doesn't really know what the pit is. And here they recognize that he's not exactly dressed like the rest of them.
You're not one of my men. Who are you? It's just like, oh man. At least he recognizes them here. Like it's just like, wow. I mean, Ash tries to sell them out immediately in the scene following here, being like, I'm not one of these guys. Like
Right, right.
he
First he
very
doesn't
much
point
throws them
fingers
under
at
the
him.
bus.
Right, he even
Yeah,
says, "I'm not one of those assholes."
that's right. He throws them under the metaphorical bus, so to speak.
Right. Well, Ash is no hero. See, that's just that he's the reluctant hero. So he's more of a coward, and he fights when he has to. But when he does, he's always capable. And here's Duke of Shale, Lord of the Northlands, and leader of its peoples. I had to show that. Well, hello, Mister Fancy Pants. I got news for you, pal.
uh,
You ain't waiting but two things right now: Jack and shit.
Jack just left town.
And
Oh man.
here's where we are introduced to the pit and King Arthur. who's telling them
I never
about
put the parallel together. His name was actually Arthur, and he's the king there. It just interesting.
yeah. I don't think it's supposed to be the King Arthur, but right, he's a king and his name is Arthur.
Fair enough.
And here's where he's explaining that they have the problem with the evil dead that Ash has been fighting, because he says right here, and while my people fight for their very souls against it, so their souls are being taken.
By the Deadites. Well, of course, because like, yeah,
Right,
they
and
have
they
no
don't
defense.
understand, and they're blaming it on Henry the Red when he actually has nothing to do with it. And in fact, his people are probably being taken as well. But of course, they don't
He
know that. They don't understand what the evil dead is.
exactly. He even states that here, and he's like, "Oh, we don't care about your people. Like, it's our
Right.
people who is being affected because they're at war. So, and I think they're at war because of the Deadites, or maybe they're not. It's never really stated. I don't think.
I think it is, because he even says here, it was you who first turned your swords on us. So they're arguing on who started the war first.
Well, there you go. I
So,
stand
yeah,
corrected.
so I could be wrong. I'm sure there's other more loyal fans out there, the evil dead, that can correct me. By the way, if I make a mistake, which happens a lot, feel free to correct me, everybody. That's the reason why I have everybody come together, because I love the inputs from everyone. It makes it much more interesting. Lemon Pie says, hello, mad scientist. And Hungry Boy says, LOL. This evil has befouled my people as well. When they say, now here's what they're talking about, the evil, it's the foul corruption, because they're not really sure what it is. That lies in the bowels of that pit. And may God have mercy on your souls. Here we are, where we open the pit, and the crowd is cheering them on, of course. This was actually filmed, by the way, on a ranch in California. I was looking at it earlier. I think it's called Akron Ranch.
Okay. I'll be honest. I didn't do a lot of research. I just rewatched the movie quickly today.
Oh no, no, that's absolutely fine. I try to put in a little bit of details every here and there to kind of give people a basis of where or how it was done, a little bit of the behind the scenes. The scene where Ash
Yeah.
is thrown into the pit and battles the two guys was a combination of shots from two separate locations. The outside of the pit, which you can see in this shot here, is in the castle courtyard, was shot at the Pulsa Rosa Ranch in Acton, California. Now, the interior of the pit was shot in a set built on the back lot of Introvision Studios in Hollywood. The Introvision cave interior set consisted of 2-foot deep pool that was built and flooded, and the cave walls and stalactites were built from pieces of wood lathe screwed together and covered with chicken wire and sprayed with foam, which is what we'll see here soon. Of course,
Uh,
we're all looking. You should know by
right.
now,
Like,
never get closer, right?
and it's such a good scene. It's effective because it's tense. You're like, well, what's gonna happen with this dude? Like, it's just zooming in. Everyone's waiting. They're all like gleefully expectant, and like you as a viewer, at least to me as a kid, I was like, oh, I don't like what's about to happen here.
Right. So I don't think that I caught it in the stills, but you can see they pushed somebody in there, and there he is falling into the pit. There. So that's what
Yes,
people
the
are looking
first
at.
filler.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what everyone's leering and peering over the side, because they're trying to figure out what's going on. And then suddenly we get a fountain of this coming out of the pit, which means that maybe it's not such a happy land down there.
No kidding, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's all the blood in the human body at once.
All right.
And then here's a beautiful little bit of stop motion with the arrow.
Oh, absolutely,
Which once
absolutely.
again, like it'd be done with CGI in today's standards. And as hokey as this looks, it still looks better than what most people could come up with CGI.
I know CGI is there's a lot of uses for it, but sometimes there's times where we need practical effects, and they're sorely missed these days. And here we are with the senior talking about. I'll go back here because it's hilarious. I'll try to do this without getting a copyright strike.
Well, you see, as he's like aiming down that very authentic crossbow, and you see now they see the arrow ejected, which still looks amazing to me, right? Like,
Right, and Sam Raimi always has to have these shots from the angle of the projectile. I love it. He started this in the original Evil Dead, and he carries it through all the way to. I mean, even Spider-Man 2 had this.
well, it's just one of his signature little things, and it's beautiful. It's like chef's kiss, like a beautiful little touch, and like just stuff you wouldn't think about as like at least as a kid, I didn't think like, oh, like that's a great point of view shot, but like instinctually I knew, oh, Canadian Spider-Man. Hello, good to see you, buddy. Happy to have you here, man.
Wow, hail, Canadian Spider-Man. Hungry for a clubhouse secret handshake? Hail once again. Thank you, Spidey, for being here. Spidey's enjoying a wonderful time down in great old Mexico. I wish I could join him. And Hungry
Me
Boy
too.
says, hola, dear Spidey. So we have the hapless victim, skewered to the pole pretty much. Now attention is back to our hero Ash.
Back, here we go. Oh no. And now he starts to sell out everyone.
Right.
Which I mean, Henry the Red takes it pretty stoically, which I mean, props to him. I'd be a little upset. I'd be like, really, dude? Really?
Well, does Henry the Red know what the word asshole means? I'm guessing maybe not.
Oh, I'm sure they have their own term for it. He's so expressive with his eyes. Bruce Campbell is just such a great actor.
He is. Yeah, and here's where he says it, of course. Wait a minute, you gotta understand, man. I never even saw these assholes before. And here's where he's telling Henry the Red to tell them that they've never met.
I
Of
don't think
course,
it's gonna work, laddie.
definitely not. And there they have.
And then
Go
yeah,
ahead.
she throws a rock and hits him in the head because he's jibber jabbering and trying to defend himself.
Right, and something that you cannot tell from these slides that I kind of glossed over that I want to cover. When it first introduces us to Beth David's character, she's like a fair maiden, and it even plays like nice, cheerful music, and it's all sweet, almost like a Juliet from Romeo and Juliet. But she turns out to be very brutal, and it's hilarious transition. It's immediate, and it's funny, but you have to watch the movie to understand and get the joke.
Definitely.
And here's where he's pleading with them. I'm telling you, you got the wrong guy. Of course, they're not having any of that, and they push him in. And this is the scene that I told you was shot at a studio where they filled it with water.
Oh, and it looks so good, right? Like, oh, this is an amazing scene.
It does, and of course you got to have that skeleton back there chained to the wall, right? You got to have that.
I don't
Every
think I've
medieval,
ever noticed it.
yeah, every
I've watched
medieval
this
movie, it's
movie like,
hilarious.
oh man, good eye, Pop, good eye.
Well, but you know what it is because Bruce Campbell is so expressive. You're watching him the whole time, and the movie's going by so fast that you don't have time to really notice a lot of the details. The only reason why I notice is I've seen this probably at least 100 times.
Oh, and I've seen it probably just as many because I remember the chick here under the water who was just like, I'm assuming she just like ducked down underneath for dramatic effect. Like, hail, Scogly, good to see you, buddy.
There you are, Scully. I hope
Scogly
work is
says,
going good for you.
oh, she does the triple wind up with the
Hungry says all the real acting and practical effects make this film sing, and we're not even into Act Two. That is absolutely correct. And Canadian Spider Man says, Nemesis, good to see you here, of course. And Scogly says she does a triple wind up cartoon punch with the sound effect and everything. Absolutely. Sam Raimi's heavily influenced by the Warner Brother cartoons and the Three Stooges. And we'll see a lot of reference to those in this movie. And hey there, Scogly says Canadian Spider Man. And Scogly says, cheers. And Hungry Boy says, Cheers to Scogly. And Canadian Spider-Man says he needs his boomstick. That's right. No, what is Ash without his boomstick? And Nemesis, I hope you can come back. Nemesis may be having trouble with his internet. I did post a link in the chat. If anybody would like to join me up here, give me someone to talk to, you're welcome. But until then, I will continue doing the best I can to follow along with the plot. And here they are celebrating the fact that they love the pit because they use it for torture. Of course, there she is. Welcome back, Nemesis. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to be here. My apologies. Technical issues with my cell phone.
Oh, I totally understand.
He needs his boomstick. Yes, he does, Canadian Spider-Man. It's coming up. Shop smart.
Says,
Shop smart.
right. He says spikes. Give him spikes. So now they start pulling the chain.
Which I always laughed at this as a kid because I'm like, man, just like it's very clearly just one section of a cage that you could like walk out of, but you know, whatever. I guess.
Right. And of course, the Deadeye doesn't care about the spikes.
No, not at all.
Right. And Ash throws her against the spikes, so that got rid of her. But unfortunately, the wall's still moving, and that's not really going to stop her very long, of course, because she is a Deadite. And of course, the crowd's loving it. And the old man drops, and thump, there's actually a thump sound. And there we are. Our hero takes his stance. And she's ready to fight.
Another beautiful POV shot.
It is, and I'm sorry I have to keep stopping this, everybody, so I don't get a copyright strike.
Oh, dude, everyone understands. It's all good, Pop. We know. We get it.
As you can see, the wall is still moving in. I think what I would do, at least if I could, I don't know if it's possible, but I think I would try to climb those spikes. But
oh yeah, either run out or try and climb to the top or hide in one of those little crevasses right there. Like there are plenty of spots where you could like avoid the imminent death trap that they have there.
Yeah, right. Like right where he's facing it looks like a hole in the wall. But I guess if you try to climb out, they're just going to push you back in. So yeah, the best thing to do is try to hide inside, I guess. Unfortunately.
And here's another one. The hand onto Ted Raimi's face.
Let me go back here and try to catch that.
Right? Or no, who's it? Oh no, it's an old man. Right. He just goes onto an old man.
One of the villagers. And this, of course, right. And this guy's loving it, of course.
Oh, this is the only entertainment I think these people get, really. Like, this is like...
Yeah, back then, they loved this kind of stuff, right? They liked stoning. They liked everything. You know, that's why they had gladiators and everything.
Oh, 100%. We were a lot more brutal back then. I mean, we still are. Like, we just... Well, some people hide it better.
Well, but it is now we have football, so that's how they. Yeah, because remember that the Roman gladiators. That's what eventually the current day is now we have football and stuff like that, and boxing.
Oh, lacrosse and hockey, yeah, man. Like,
and of course, the creature is trying to hold on to his. Well, I should call him a deadite. That's what it is, obviously. And I'll repeat. I've said it before, and I'll repeat it again. They're not zombies, but they're called deadites because they possess the souls of the living. They don't necessarily take over dead bodies. And Ash is trying to hold on to the chain that's pulling him out as. There we go.
Oh, just missed it. Oh, my goodness.
And here we are, survives the pit. He's not very happy with the villagers. And he tells King Arthur, you know your shoelace is untied. And like King Arthur would know what a shoelace is, but oh well, you know.
Well, right? Like he wouldn't. I don't know. It's
Hail, Canadian Spider Man, good to see you. And as he does that, Ash hits them. There we go. And here's where he's pretty much at his wit's end. All right, and he's tempting them all. Yeah, they're all not so brave now, are they?
oh, of course not.
And of course, he singles out the littlest guy there.
Well, he was the dude who was whipping him.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
so
not
it's not
happy
like
with
he was
him.
just like, oh, look at this small weaselly little guy. It's like you son of a bitch,
Of course, he
and then
tries to look
everyone
away.
backs away. Oh, because that's what happens in real life too. Generally speaking, someone calls
Well,
someone out, everyone backs away, and it's just like, oh, thanks for the backup, guys. Appreciate
right,
that.
and I think that this is where they're starting to realize that Ash is a little more formidable than they had thought, and that he's not really like the rest of them.
Yes.
Hail, Resolute Germ, good to see you here. Thanks for joining us. Resolute Germ says hello, and Hungry Boy says in some ways this film was a big middle finger to the producers who screwed him in Crime Wave, and I dig it, baby. Cam Cam,
Hello,
welcome, Cam
Resolute Germ.
Cam. Greets everybody. Been listening. Love these movies. This one isn't included though. Rights issues. Well, it's a different company. This is Universal, so yeah.
Hey, Cam
Hungry
Cam.
Boy says hi, Cam Cam, and Cam Cam says had to get it separate Blu-ray. That's yeah, that is true. Cam Cam Crash Canadian Spider-Man says Cam Cam Crash Course says hey there, buddy. Good to see you again. And Cam Cam says Hungry Boy handshake. Hi, Hungry Boy. Cam Cam says Canadian Spider-Man brother. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Cheers. Skogly says I could definitely go for some modern execution pit battle with Witch Entertainment. And Hungry Boy says if Ash said bootlace, the brats wouldn't get the joke. Well, that's absolutely right. Yes, you're quite right. Of course, the guy's not interested in listening. This kind of reminds me of Clint Eastwood, where you feel lucky punk, kind of that scene from the Dirty Harry movies.
Oh, that's totally the vibe I'm getting from it.
Get on those horses and get out of here, he tells. So he realizes too that Henry the Red, right? That's his name.
Yes,
That he right. Ash realizes too that Henry the Red is actually a victim here, so he tells them to escape and leave while they can, pretty much.
and once again, Pop's rules goes for me too. If I get something wrong, like if his name isn't actually Henry the Red, feel free to call me out in the comments and whatnot. I'm always glad to know when I'm wrong and gain the knowledge.
Right. The reason why is because they don't actually say his name on screen very much, so I have to remember the character's name.
Definitely. Well, and he doesn't make too many appearances. It's here at the beginning and then at another
He
point
does
in the
it
movie, which I will not say.
right. The Han Solo moment, I guess. Right. And here's where he pulls out a sword, and Ash cuts it off with his. Actually, blows it off with the shotgun. There we go. And here's where he
Yeah,
gives his
snap.
famous speech. Yes. And this one is quoted by fans repeatedly. I think this is probably one of the favorite lines out of all three movies.
Definitely,
So
man. I bet Jedi Bill would have this down pat.
I know, right? So here's where he's holding up this gun, and of course you have to remember these. None of these people have ever seen a gun before. So he says, "All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up. See this? This is my boomstick." 12 gauge double barrel Remington S Smart's top of the line. Ash originally came when he was in the present time, he works at an S Mart, a hardware store. So that's it, the reference there. By the way, the gun he's holding up is actually not a Remington, but it sounded good, so Sam Raimi wrote that into the script. And you can find this in the sporting goods department, he says. That's right. This sweet baby was made in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Of course, they have to plug Michigan because that's where they're from. Retails about a 109.95. Well, that'd be a lot more now. And they're all staring at it like they even know what he's talking about. It's got a walnut stock, cobalt blue steel, and a hair trigger. That's right. Shop smart. Shop S smart.
That's right.
If anyone even touches me,
Yeah. So like, how he didn't like the monster didn't make a noise. Nobody screamed. Like he's just got like really high perception.
right? Right. Once he's um, called into action, he's got his skills pretty much honed by this third movie here. Obviously, he starts out very slow and victimized in the first movie, and then he gets better in the second movie, and now he's got it down to a craft. Is my way of describing it, at least in my opinion.
That's
Now, of
fair.
course, she's not looking so mean anymore, and he puts the gun in the holster behind him. And let's talk about how I get home. Like, I don't know. Somehow he figures they're going to help him, but hey, you got to have some positive outlook. And here he is enjoying the good life. And suddenly everyone's treating him better. And but unfortunately, these guys here, King Arthur, is not very happy with the way they're being used. And here's her looking much better now. So her character is much more forgiving, and she approaches Ash to ask for forgiveness because of the way she treated him. And there it is. I prithee to forgive me, my lord. First you want to kiss me, now you want to kill me. Now, first you want to kill me, and now you want to kiss me. He says.
Isn't that how all girls are though?
God, right. And he says, blow.
Right.
That's a dirty.
So we have the old man here who we're assuming is Merlin, the magician. So what's the deal? Can you send me back or not? And here's the old man is aware of the Necronomicon, which we were introduced to in the first two movies, the Book of the Dead. And the old man tells him that only the Necronomicon has the power to return him to his time. Cam Cam says, boomstick, baby. And Hungry Boy says, so much appreciation of Hong Kong cinema with the Deadite in this scene, lol. Yes, absolutely. I love Hong Kong cinema. Hungry Boy says, I meant the flipping Deadite scene, lol, not the harem scene. No, yeah, I figured that. Hungry Boy.
Oh, and I totally thought he meant the harem scene, 100%.
And of course, Bruce Campbell happens to be the promised one. Ken Quest, now that's something you definitely will not see in modern Hollywood. The promised one has got to be a female these days, obviously. So this was made back in the good old days where they actually had men that had testosterone.
Well, that's right. And like, well, I mean, you wouldn't see a white guy doing it either.
Definitely not a white guy. And by the way, sad to
Oh,
say, this was
this is
what's
actually a
that?
perfect still. Like the roles would be reversed. It would be her. She would be the prophet one, and she'd be leading Ash by the hand.
Yes, yes, he would be looking to her for protection. And also, this is Bruce Campbell's first starring role in a Hollywood movie, and sadly, it's his last. He never started a movie headlining on his own again. The man was never given the chance. Well, except for Bubba Hotep, but that's considered a. All the movies he made after were more independent movies. So when I mean studio movie, I mean by a big studio, which was at the time was Universal. And it's a shame that he was never given the credit he deserved. Bruce Campbell, I think he constantly got the shaft, and he was turned down for many roles that were given to people that were far less talented. So Ash says, "I
Yeah,
don't
it's
want your."
unfortunate.
It is. It is. He deserved much more, but the studios just didn't understand it. They didn't understand the humor because he had such a range, and they weren't used to that. Most people that stand in front of a camera have maybe one aspect of the way they act, maybe two, but Bruce Campbell has a wide range, and they weren't used to it, and they didn't know how to write scripts for him. And by the way, that Deadite that he fought inside the pit, on the cast and the crew there on the set named it the Pit Bitch. So that's what it was called because they tend to give names like that to the casting characters.
Of course, and that's an amazing name, the Pit Bitch. Amazing.
Here we have a little surprise. You shall die. So we have somebody else that's suddenly possessed by the evil dead. Here we go. You shall never obtain the Necronomicon. We shall feast upon your souls. And she
Good.
falls to the ground. And of course, as we've learned in the first two movies, never approach a deadite, even if it appears that they're lifeless. For that reason, right there. And looks like we have another visitor. There we go. Back again. Hey, Canadian Spider Man.
Hi. Hi,
There you are.
Culture Curator. Hi, Nemesis.
Good
Excellent.
to
Hey,
see you.
Yeah, sorry, I had to unplug my microphone and plug it back in again. I'm
No,
right at
yeah,
the
it's
beach,
absolutely.
so if it gets a little loud, just tell me and I can mute myself.
You're fine. I'm glad you're able to join us. I hope you're having a good time.
What a good movie! I couldn't stay away. Are you kidding? Great choice, excellent choice. And it's a
I
shame
know.
Bruce Campbell didn't do a lot more, as you were just discussing.
Yeah, because it's like after this, he was relegated mostly to television, and even in there, he was a. Now I know I'm going to sound stupid, but I did mention this in my previous streams that's why I never watched Burn Notice. He was on Burn Notice, and I know a lot of people liked it. It was a successful show, but he was a co-star, and
Right.
that didn't seem right.
No, I want to see him.
Yes.
Absolutely.
100%. I agree. And it's good to see you, Canadian Spider-Man.
Good to see
How
you.
are the beaches down there, bud?
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, did doing snorkeling and in the water every day.
Oh wow! I wish I was seriously wish I was there.
Yeah, well, there's
Hungry
plenty
Boy
of
says
room for you to.
LMAO, laugh my ass off.
Plenty of room. I got the tequila right here. Come on down.
Oh man, yeah, but I'd probably never. I'm in California in the Bay Area, so I wouldn't want to come back because I hate it here. I'm trying to get out right now. I'm saving to move.
Just down the coast, man. I'm just a few hours north of Acapulco by bus, so
I
you
know
can
exactly,
fly
right?
right into Zihuatanejo.
Do you
Come
speak
on down.
Spanish?
Well, that was one of the reasons I came down here is to improve my Spanish. I speak very bad Spanish, yes. Functional at best,
Well,
but
that's
I'm
probably more than
getting
I
better.
speak. That's one reason why I've hesitated going down there. Is I need to learn.
Well, that's the best way to learn, right? But yeah, what a place down here. Fantastic. And I'm happy to join you from here. I'm glad the internet at the hostel is good enough. Let me know if there's any technical issues, and I'll address them.
All right, very cool. And Scogli says, Cam says at Scogli, hail giant. And Cam says, yes, Bruce is an amazing actor and guy. Guy can do it all. Yes, not only that though, but I don't know another actor who is so good with a crowd who appreciates his fans as much as Bruce Campbell does. He never turns down an autograph. He never turns down talking to a fan. He does appearances. He's very funny, very engaging. I just don't know any other actor that's like that. Maybe Keanu Reeves might be close, but
Yeah,
Bruce
and like at
Campbell.
least it's hard to say, right? Like, sorry, pops. Carry on. I'll.
Oh no, you go ahead. I'm pretty much done.
Ryan Reynolds, maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
right. Like there's the trade-off. If Bruce Campbell got like super famous, I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe he wouldn't lose that personalist with his fans, but like when you've got like, I don't know, 10,000 fans versus 3 million fans, it's a
Yeah.
lot easier to be more active with the smaller group at the cost of not being as worldly recognized.
Yeah. You only have so much time.
Well, I will say
And
this:
it's great.
when I went to the premiere of Bubba Hotep in L.A., Bruce Campbell was there in attendance, and after the movie, he went to the alley behind the cinema without a bodyguard and surrounded by fans. He started signing autographs,
Oh,
and
he
I
went
don't
out
know
there to
another.
smoke a joint. He didn't know the fans were there.
Oh, really?
I'm kidding.
Oh, probably.
No,
What's
that's so
crazy
good.
is,
Well,
yeah,
buddy.
and I wanted to approach him too, but I felt bad because you could tell that there was like so many people that were obsessed, and I
Right.
didn't want to be one of them like that. I felt bad, so I stayed at a distance and kind of watched them.
Nice. Good choice.
Good on you.
But it
Yep.
doesn't matter because I already had my opportunity. Before the movie started, he came out to do a Q&A with the audience, and I was able to ask him a couple questions. So I was happy. At least I was able to converse with him before the movie started.
Oh, brilliant.
Eh,
What did you ask him?
I had just read his book, If Chins Could Kill: Confessions of a B Movie Actor. So when I asked him, I still remember now. What's interesting is when I drove to LA, it was like a 5-hour drive, and I knew the whole time what question I was going to ask him, and I already knew his response. But I told him like this. I said, I have a 2-part question. I said, I just read your book, If Chins, because I wanted to. Everybody, he's like William Shatner with Captain Kirk at a convention where everybody's asking him crazy questions. So all the questions people were throwing at him were like, can you come back to my house and be in my home movie?" And he's trying to tell everybody, "Look, I can't do that. You have to talk to my agent. But people, they were asking those kind of questions, and I knew that was going to happen. I didn't want to be one of those. So I said to him, "I have a 2-part question." I said, because I was lucky, I actually got a seat up front and center, so I was close. I was maybe 25 feet away from him. So I said, "I have a 2-part question. I read your book, If Chins Can Kill: Confessions of a B Movie Actor." And I wanted to say first that it's a fantastic book. And then when I said that, he said, "Thank you." And the audience clapped. And I wanted to help him promote his book because it was brand new at the time. And there was a rumor that he was going to be writing a second book. And that's when I said, your second book, when's your second book supposed to come out? Make Love the Bruce Campbell Way. And when I said that, the audience laughed, and he said, back. He said, "It's fiction. It's fiction." And it's funny, and everybody started laughing. And I knew he was going to say that, but it was just perfect. But that's what I was able to say. I basically told him that I loved his first book, and when is your second book coming out? And at that point, it hadn't come out, but of course now it's been out for several years. And I highly recommend his books. They are very, very entertaining.
Yeah, that was a good tactic. That way he actually addresses your question because it's unique.
Right. Instead of blowing you off with some stupid question like a fool asking him to come home and shoot my home movies with him, right? It's like,
Oh,
no. And he
God.
appreciated the plug for his book. And by the way, you can get the audio version of those books read by him if you'd like.
Right.
So, yes.
Why
So,
not?
sorry for the tangent, everybody. Here we go. So, here's where the Deadite awakens on the ground, and Ash warns them it's a trick. Get an axe, he says. And of course, she springs into action.
So Ash smashes her in the face with the rifle of his, or the butt of his
Right.
shotgun, I should say.
Yes, the butt of the shotgun. Right. My eyes, I'm blind. Oh God, I'm blind, because she throws hot water in one of their faces.
Oh, the soup. She throws boiling soup in some dude's
That's
eyes,
right.
and it's
There it
just,
is.
ugh. And then she's gonna dump that on top of what's the girl's her character name?
Yeah, I know. I
No?
should know that, right? I keep thinking
I should
Beth
know that
Davids,
too. I'm on
and I
I'm on the
feel
screen.
terrible.
I can't remember. Yeah.
If
And I need.
I can check, but I'd have to leave the stream.
No, don't bother here. I'll have it right here. And I feel terrible. Sheila.
Sheila. Okay.
So yeah, it's just simply Sheila, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and it's Lord Arthur. I guess not King Arthur.
Lord Arthur.
I'm
One
glad I looked
hour
that up right.
at the stream.
And I was wrong. Ted Raimi does not play the blacksmith. That's Timothy Patrick Quill, but Ted Raimi is this in here, and I will point him out.
Okay.
1 hour into the stream. Very good.
Okay, here we go. All right, so Ash shoots the hot boiling cauldron out of the witch's hands.
Reloading the shotgun, rapid fire.
Right,
And she goes with the famous line, "Yo, she bitch."
right.
Let's go. Here's a
Such a good move.
And then here we go with King Arthur. I mean, sorry, Merlin. If the Nebuchadnezzar fell into the hands of the Deadites, all mankind will be consumed. And then he's telling Ash that they need to go searching for the book. And here's
and
our
Ash, of
little
course,
montage.
right,
Go
the
ahead.
montage of Ash being a mechanical genius, or maybe it's the blacksmith who's a mechanical genius, fashioning a gauntlet, a working gauntlet prosthesis out of like a suit of armor.
Right, and I don't know if I missed it or if they haven't showed it yet, but they do show a scene where Ash opens up the trunk of the car, and he pulls out a couple books out of there, and I think one of them is metalworking and chemistry is another one. I think something like that.
Yeah, chemistry. I think it's advanced chemistry, or maybe it's
Yes.
just general chemistry.
And here's where he makes that mechanical hand.
Hey, Canadian.
And of course, his signature line, groovy.
Ha.
And here's where he's talking to her. The only reason I'm going to get the book is to get home. She wants him to save everybody, but he's telling her basically it's still Ash, and all he cares about is himself at this point.
Oh my goodness, that's pretty crazy. There's a lot of background noise, Canadian Spider-Man.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good, buddy. But
Right on the beach here.
Sounds like people are having a good time. I wish I was there, seriously.
I'm jealous. It's like, hey, at least it's like kind of nice up here in Canada, but like I'm sure it's nice down where you're at. I mean, weather-wise, I'm assuming. Anyways, we're not going to get into that. And yeah, Ash once again showing he's just kind of a dick. He doesn't really care about the situation. He wants to just leave and get out of here. He doesn't care about these people.
Exactly. And of course, he's even trying to act smart and say things he doesn't really know.
So she presents him with a blanket here, and he makes the comment he could use another horse blanket.
Right. Basically brushing her off.
Yeah. And then, using that Ash charm, he gives her some sugar.
Is that him holding her by the hair? Oh, no, there it is. Okay, he's just straightening out her hair. They don't make movies like this anymore. An actual man and woman, both heterosexual kissing, and they're both the same race. Wow. What do you know?
Yeah, pretty rare nowadays. What can you say?
Ooh, get a little. Ooh, don't want to show too much on YouTube, so let me get right through this. Here they are making plans. And now they embark on a search for the Necronomicon. And I don't know if any of you you tell or not, but this was filmed in Vasquez Rocks, California, where I visited many times, and so did the Kirk. Kirk also visited when he fought the Gorn, and was in many episodes of Star Trek, TOS, TNG, I think almost all the series. A lot of westerns, a lot of movies. There it is.
Yeah,
That's
it's
also where
just
they right. That's
Sorry,
also
go
where they
ahead.
filmed. That's also where they filmed the Flintstones, where they had Bedrock.
Yeah, just a famous little piece of geography for filming.
It is. It's a public park, open to the public, free to get in. Open from basically from daylight to dawn, or daylight to dusk. Ooh. And we have a new visitor to our stream. Hello, PvP. How are you doing there?
I'm doing well. Just got off work a little while ago, so that's always a good feeling.
Oh, well, I'm glad you could join us. And I hope Canadian Spider-Man can come back. I hope he's not having issues.
Yeah, I just popped on a minute or two ago, and I noticed he was here. But did he lose his battery again, or?
He's on the beach, so it could be
Ah.
it could be a combination of different things. But we
Or
are
maybe
at the
he's,
part PvP where now here's something I wanted to explain this too here. Any of you sci-fi geeks out there, we all know that Klaatu Barada Nikto is from the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Correct.
That's right.
And right. This is Sam Raimi's nod to it. But in this movie, in the script, it's Klaatu Varada Nikto. V-A-R, not B as in boy, but V as in Victor. A-R-A-D-A.
Yeah, just to avoid copyright.
To avoid the copy thing. Okay.
Right. I'm not sure if that phrase is copyrighted, but it's basically a nod to looking at us fans saying, "You guys know what I'm talking about," without actually copying it, I guess.
Well, yeah.
That's a good point.
Anybody who's seen Earth, Day of the Earth Stood Still is going to get the reference. I'm pretty sure.
And Merlin is telling Ash to memorize these words, and unfortunately, Ash isn't really taking this as serious as he should. He tells him to
Would
say
you
it
think if
again.
this was so life or death, they'd just write it down for him, but then we wouldn't have a movie.
Yeah, you're right about that. They at least had scrolls back then, so yeah, you think so, huh?
And that's the same reason Ash isn't taking anything seriously yet, because the movie has to happen, right?
Exactly.
Oh, by the way, I just want to mention the Vasquez Rocks you were talking about a minute ago. There's actually an episode of the Wild Wild West, I believe, that they filmed there as well.
Several, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a pretty famous landmark in a lot of TV.
I've got about 2 hours of footage that I filmed last March of me going around Vasquez Rocks that I'm editing, and I'm going to put it on my channel.
That'd be nice. Yeah,
and I'm going to do. I need to do is I want to do a stream basically about Vasquez Rocks and show clips from all the different movies and TV series that were filmed there as a
great
reference.
idea. Yeah, that would be great.
So here we are with Ash is out of patience. He doesn't want to talk about memorizing the words anymore.
Yeah. I know your damn words. And once again, just a beautiful sense of atmosphere with the trees here in the forest.
Yeah. How many minutes are we in approximately at this point?
28 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay. This was the first Evil Dead movie I saw on the TV. I had no idea what the Evil Dead was. Never heard of it. This is like, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago or 20 years ago. Yeah, it was on one of those channels, fortunately, that showed, a movie several times during a week. So I first put the TV on. This movie's on. It's about 40 minutes into it. So I have no idea what's going on. It's just like, all I know is like, hey, this is a really cool movie. This is really interesting, right? So I'm totally hooked. I end up watching the whole thing through. I'm totally impressed by the Ray Harryhausen, tribute, that we get a little later.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
So I went back like a couple of days later when they showed it, a couple of days, it was like a Tuesday when I saw it, and I watched it like on Thursday evening or whatever. And it's like, saw it from the start, loved it. Totally my introduction to Evil Dead.
Yeah, it's crazy because Nemesis said the same thing. Nemesis saw this one first as well.
Yeah, wow. I saw this one as a kid.
Yeah, I was a
So
little
It
older
was,
than the kid, but had the same effect, I guess. It was like, wow, this is a really cool movie.
so my question for both of you then. So you saw this first. Did after this, did you watch one and then two, or two and then one, or what did you guys do?
What I did was after I saw this, I thought, well, if this is, I guess I probably went on the internet and looked it up, and I realized it was a trilogy at that point. So I thought, okay, I got to keep my eyes open if I see the DVDs anywhere, right? And lucky me, I think it was maybe a year later, maybe 2 years. I was in like, I don't know, Walmart or someplace, and they have their like, their $5 movie deals, right? So I
Right.
go and it's like Evil Dead 1 and Evil Dead 2 on, I think it was Anchor Bay or whatever put them out back then. So I snapped
Yes,
them
Anchor Bay
both
owned
up.
it at some point.
Yeah, I snapped them both up, took them home, watched them, loved them, and it was like, yeah, it was great.
Ah, what a great price.
Oh yeah, I still got them on my shelf in the cupboard here, and it's like, yeah, I gotta. Well, I haven't watched them in ages, but I mean, I've watched them enough times to pretty well have them memorized anyway. So,
And I wanted to mention that Canadian Spider-Man says, sorry about the background noise. The local bar just started live music. What a
oh
great
wow,
movie. Sorry about that, Spidey. But hopefully you can still join us from the chat. And Hungry
yeah,
Boy says,
definitely.
luckily
It
I saw
happened.
them in order. Yeah, same here, Hungry Boy. I saw them in order as well. I when the I remember this is when movie rental theaters were a big thing, and Evil Dead. I mean, that's a box that stood out. I mean, obviously. And when and by the way, it was swimming among hundreds of other low budget horror movies,
hmm.
but it stood out far above the rest at the time. There were so many movies that have been forgotten that were produced around then. Sam Raimi was he really knew how to take it to a completely different level than the rest of them.
Hmm.
And I'm trying to remember how I even saw it. Like, I don't know if my parents rented it for me or like my dad used to install satellite dishes back in the 90s, back when that was a brand new thing and only like very exclusive. And maybe, I don't even know. But like, yeah, I remember my parents getting me, I think I had the VHS, if not the DVD. And I still have that DVD to this day. And it's very well loved. I'm amazed it still works.
I bought so many versions of all these movies. Yeah, I bought the VHS and the DVDs and the Blu-rays and then the special box and then I went overboard. And Cam Cam says that Canadian Spider-Man sounds pretty good, Spidey. Oh yes, it does. I wish, I said it before and I'll say it again. I wish I was there. So here we are. Ash is search the Necronomicon, and it looks like we have a visitor.
Uh oh.
Yeah, the unknown force that is Sam Raimi on a motorcycle.
Yeah, yeah, seen that before.
Right.
Unknown Force is chasing Ash one more time.
Well, it's
Oh, and
beautiful
here's
because it harkens back to like Lovecraftian imagery, like because it's whatever you think it is in your head, right? Like what I think it's going to be is going to be way different than what PvP or Pops think.
Yeah, well, I guess before we talked about it being some kind of evil forest spirit or some nature spirit or something like that, but I mean, who knows, right? It could be demonic forces. I mean, it is
Well, I
open to
mean
interpretation.
these are all demonic forces. That's the whole thing, right? The Deadites are all demons who are possessing living people.
Yeah, but whether it's from like the underworld or Satan or the forest spirits, I mean, that's up to conjecture, right? I guess.
Well, Carthaginian wasn't? I believe it was Carthaginian. No, it was ancient Sumerian.
Sumerian text, I guess it was, wasn't it?
Sumerian,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. But
Right.
once
Sumerian
again,
text.
you're right. We don't know if it's their god or their demons or well, they are demons. So obviously, it's ancient Sumerian demons.
Right. Well, Sumerian text. Hold on. Sumerian text and Kandarian demons. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I had to cough for a second. I got to get something to drink.
Yeah, I know. I get those coughing jags sometimes too.
Okay, so Bruce Campbell learned how to ride a horse for this movie. By the way, I'm also I mentioned earlier that I recommend watching the actual copies, and I also recommend everybody owning the physical copies.
Hmm.
If you do, I highly recommend listening to the audio commentary by Bruce Campbell, Sam Raimi, and the others because they're very hilarious. You will learn a lot of insights about how they made this. And I remember one of the things Bruce Campbell says he had to learn how to ride a horse.
He
And he
seems
said
to
that when you
he's
go
riding it
ahead.
very well too, I must say.
Well, yeah, this is after he learned because according to him, he said when he first got on the horse, he called it the ass and saddle battle. I guess he was bouncing up and down, and it was giving him a pain in the butt, literally.
Yeah, well,
So
I
he had
guess
to
a lot
learn
of
how to ride smoothly with the horse.
I guess a lot of people have that experience when they first start riding,
Right, because
eh?
you're bouncing up and down, and so basically your body's like boom, boom, boom on the saddle.
That would not be good.
Volume off.
Super painful.
Welcome, Admiral Teague. So good to see you there.
Hey, Admiral.
I just want to say how glad I am to be here with someone I love and respect as much as Pop Culture Curator. Thank you for letting me be here.
Oh, it's my pleasure and glad to have you here, sir.
How far into this masterpiece are we?
We are approximately 29 minutes.
All right.
Oh,
Well, let's.
geez.
I can't wait to have you tell me your impressions of it because I don't think anyone could love this movie more than you love this movie.
Well, I'm sure there are bigger fans out there. I'm not going to try to say I'm the best, but I am a big
No.
fan of it.
They could only be tied with you. Let's hear what you have to say. I can't wait. I am at the foot of my my instructor here on this one. You have preeminence over Raimi to me. Whenever I have a Raimi take, I'm gonna talk to you before I go anywhere public with it.
Well, I do want to mention that I got, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, is Bruce Campbell learned how to ride a horse for this role. When he went to Hollywood and auditioned for the role of The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., one of the questions the directors asked him, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" And he said yes, because he had learned from this movie. And also, he did the hand flip where he grabbed the back of his head and flipped his body and landed on his back like he did from Evil Dead 2. So those two things are what got him the role as the Briscoe County Jr. And if you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It was one season produced on Fox. It's a comedy
Highly
western
underrated.
sci-fi kind of hybrid.
It was
Very
very
underrated,
underrated. It was going in the direction of, would you say, Wild Wild West? Pop PCC?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd say yeah.
It was getting, and his sidekick was Gowron from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You can tell from the eyes, but
Yeah.
it was a
Wow.
great show, and that's all I want to say on that one. I don't want to slow down the stream anymore. We have a lot of movie to talk about, and I can't wait to learn.
It's one of those
from Pop
cult
Culture
shows,
Curator.
isn't it? It's basically one of those big cult shows. Like, I've never actually seen it. I got to really watch that series one of these days. I keep hearing about Briscoe, and I've been planning to watch it for years, but I never got around to it yet. But yeah,
you got 22 episodes, right? Is that
it wouldn't take long to binge watch it, I guess.
No, it wouldn't. Like I said, I think there were only, it may have been an hour, half hour, and there's only one season. And Fox, another studio, Fox did not know what to do with what they had. And it was
Fox.
Do you think they could have
famous for
unfolded that in less than an hour, Pop? I mean, I'm thinking it had to be an hour because it was complex.
Yeah, it had to be an hour. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it must have
And
been
you're
an
right.
hour,
And between you and me, if I overtalk you or upstage you, please just put me in my place. If you feel that I left off any of your instruction last time, I absolutely did not. You're one of the people I admire most on here, so I'm here to really just learn and observe.
No, I didn't think so. I think you're fine.
Yeah, you know what? Other people said it, so I wanted to apologize directly to you because it was in the ether. People said that I laughed you off, and I would never, because you're one of the people I respect the most. I don't know if we agree on everything.
I think I know what they're talking about, and I want to apologize.
What is it?
Right, I'm going to explain to everybody. Here's what they're talking, and it was lighthearted. I want to say that first and foremost. It was lighthearted.
Was it when I said that we would never get there in time?
No, what it was is because of the everybody was having such a good time. The stream was going on and on and on, and I was pausing too much. And so I was bringing up, okay, everybody, we need to get moving. We need to continue the movie, or continue. And people were laughing because the people were so laughing they were distracted, and that's what they're talking about is all. So it was nothing mischievous or intentional. So
can I
that's
just
all.
Can I publicly state right now that I would never gainsay my man, Pop Culture Curator, because I think that it's one of the wisest and greatest guys, and the amount of dedication And I think another controversial thing I said was that this would be longer than the movie, but deeply comprehensive and lovingly done. And I make no apology for that. We probably will go long, but Evil Dead 2 is 35, 40 minutes less than Evil Dead 1, which was longer. So I'll wrap it up there and let you take it on because, like, really, I'm here to learn from the master.
Yeah, well, I think a few of us probably overtalked on that stream. I think I was pretty guilty of that too, which I'm not proud of. So,
well, everybody was having a good time, so
I'm
it's
making
okay.
an effort. Yeah, I'm making an
You
effort
know
to
what?
not do
I
it this
noticed
night.
it was a very high view getter, and it seems like a lot of people didn't object to a longer, more fulsome examination of the movie. I mean, what's the other alternative? 4 slides a minute? I mean, we had something like what, if my math's right, 1,500, 1,700 slides. And some of them we talked about for a minute or two because it was remarkable. And I thought that, if you want a more comprehensive view of Evil Dead 2, you'd have to watch the movie several times and watch a bunch of criticisms. We talked about something that happened every 5 seconds a lot of the time.
Well,
Yeah,
exactly right, because there's slides.
the slides can be very, very, very good for sure.
And the Gilligan's Island font, I want to praise one more time.
Oh yeah, yeah. For anybody who doesn't know, it was sort of an accident on the first viewing of the Evil Dead. I accidentally chose the Gilligan's Island font, or I'd left it on
There's
for
no
my
true
Gilligan's Island
accidents.
review.
That was not a true accident. That was brilliance.
Yeah, it worked out really well. For some reason, it's kind of quirky, but it kind of fits.
It's like Ash. It's kind of quirky and fun.
And
man.
I wanted to mention Cam says I saw them in order as well. People quoted them to you. Oh yes. And Scogli says I love how they show the haunting settling into the house. Oh, absolutely. I agree with you, Scogli. Cam says the Kingdom of Summer is an ancient civilization in the Middle East. That's interesting. Cam says Briscoe County Jr. had a lot of potential.
Do you think it was supposed to mean Sumar, like Sumerians?
Yes, it was supposed to be Sumer.
I'm just wanted to ask Pop, did you do all the stills we're looking at here tonight?
Yep.
Wow, that must have taken a while.
No. I'm gonna be totally honest. Jill's the one that spends a lot of time making slides. I have to give her credit.
I suspected Jill might have had a part in this.
Oh no. She has no hand.
Oh, not this one. Oh, okay.
Right. No secrets. No, nothing to hide. What Jill does is she makes the slides using PowerPoint. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
And when I started my very first Gilligan's Island stream, I started doing that, and it was like it's very time consuming.
Yeah.
So this is actually very.
Figure any of this out.
Well, it's possible, but it's time consuming. You have to organize them. You got to get them in the right order. And, anyway, I unfortunately don't have
Infinity.
I wish there was
Infinity.
There's got to be a bot for that to just like auto photos. Is Captain?
Yes, Bird of Prey 5 does. Bird of Prey 5 does have an app which will play the movie in slide order. You can tell it the increments you want, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever. But with that app, you can't stop and analyze what we're doing, like we're doing here.
Oh, yeah. And so not to be so bold as to suggest that I have any say in this, but are you proposing that it's okay that we spend, say, a minute on something that's only 5 seconds and that we will go a little over the time of the movie?
Well, now we've already been on for an hour and 24 minutes, and the movie's an hour and 36 minutes.
We're not even in 20 or 30 minutes in, and we're already at an hour and a half.
But we're not going to shortchange the rest of this brilliant movie by not giving it the same treatment. People are going to maybe have to listen in 2 parts. I think, Pop. I don't know if getting it done with brevity is possible. Evil Dead 1 and 2, I think like 450 and 415, right? So, I mean, these are substantial movies. They're really well made. There's stuff to be said about the photography, the cinema. Earlier, Evil Dead 1, I mean, the dedication of the cast and crew. I mean, there's a lot to be said. This movie's artful.
Absolutely,
totally.
yes.
One thing I want to mention too about the stills, and you were just talking, there's programs that can automatically like take us, shot every 5 seconds or whatever. I think you're going to lose a lot letting an automated program do that, because I think it's much better when you can pick and choose, like to highlight the really great shots,
Yes,
like Jill
right.
does, right? And remember that time when Jill did Event Horizon on her I think her Friday stream that one time?
Yes, I
She
remember
did
she
that.
did it.
She
She did
was
that
using
stream so long ago, and it keeps getting referenced. It
but
seems to be everyone's favorite
my
stream.
point was, though, I think on that single occasion, she relied on an auto. She went to a website for the stills, I believe, if my memory is correct. And there were like so many thousands of stills. She was going through them, and I think I made the joke. It's like, gee, did they take a shot of every single frame of this whole bloody movie? Like, it seemed like it, right? And of course, Jill laughed, and she's like, yeah. And you're kind of like, right. It's like, yeah, it was crazy because she was just having to go through still after still, like, and they're virtually all the same, a lot of them, right? So,
Yeah, I
that's
remember
why I
when
don't,
she used that a couple times.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's just not
yeah,
as good, when you use the auto thing,
right.
or the
And
website.
you're right, right. When you can select the scenes yourself, because you as a fan, you know what you want to point out.
Oh, yeah.
And
And Jill's
sometimes,
great at that.
right, and
She picks like,
sometimes automated programs they don't
she
know.
picks like the perfect stills, and she picks a lot of really funny ones too that are really good for a laugh. She's good at that.
So here we have Ash's off the horse; he fell off, and we have the evil chasing after him. And of course, as we all know, Bruce Campbell always does his own stunts, so there's never a question or a doubt there.
Yeah, I have great
Are
respect
you
for him.
serious? It's always him?
Always him.
Yeah, it's like even when he's like in a puddle of slime or in a cesspool, it's him for sure.
I have
You
a
know,
more on point question for Pop, if you'll indulge me. Do they do
What's that?
do they shoot the stunts late after they got everything else in case he gets hurt, or are they just devil may care?
Well, I'll give you a perfect example. And I'll cover this towards the end of the movie, when they have the castle raid scene. He accidentally cuts his chin. So they halted filming and they rushed him to the doctor to see if he needed plastic surgery. And the
wow.
doctor took a look at him. He said, "Well, which one is the wound?" He was covered with right. He was covered with so many scratches and gouges from filming the movie. The doctor couldn't tell which one he
That's
was supposed to look
hilarious.
at.
So you say he's just covered lacerations. Let me ask you
Right.
this: would you say this? It shows that Sam Raimi was a friend to him, and these guys were friends and collaborators, and that's beautiful in a way.
It is, and the whole time they're making this, they're laughing. And
Think
also
about it.
behind the scenes.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, for Evil Dead 2 and this movie, Bruce Campbell worked out. He had a personal trainer. And in the if you listen to the audio commentary, there's a hilarious part where Bruce Campbell's talking about that while they weren't filming, he was working out.
Cool.
And he was in a room with the trainer and he was working out and he was doing his repetitions and all this kind of stuff. And of course, Sam Raimi walks past and stops and looks in the door and says, "Will you get your fat ass in gear and get to work?"
Oh my God. No,
That's hilarious, man. Yeah, I love Bruce Campbell. Like his dedication. Like I've never seen him put less than 110% into any role he's playing. Right?
hey,
Right,
He's
even
Pop.
just
the
like
small ones, even the
given.
small ones.
Yeah, everything
There are
he's got.
no small roles, just small actors. But Pop, let me ask you this: do you think that if we had swapped their careers, that maybe Bruce Campbell would have been a much more worthy Val Kilmer if we'd given him each and every movie and just mirrored the career?
I don't
The,
know if
the level of fame, I could see Bruce Campbell as Iceman. Tell me you can't.
Well, I'd never seen Top Gun.
Okay, well, I don't want to
But I
rabbit
would
hole the
say
conversation. But
no,
I
that's
would
okay.
say
But I would say that what Val Kilmer did was a different genre, and I think a lot of the love that fans, including myself, have for Bruce Campbell are these movies, and I'm so glad he did these and not something else.
Well, what I like about
um,
Bruce
yeah,
Campbell more
I
than
agree.
if
All
I
right, go
can
ahead,
speak for a
PvP.
second, what I like about Bruce Campbell's choices in his career versus Val's, Val's made some great movies, no doubt, but Bruce Campbell seems to have a knack for picking these really quirky, interesting, kind of off the wall, unusual sort of roles that, maybe he's not going to be like a major star in Hollywood. Maybe he's
Well,
not
that's
going to be.
that's the problem the studios had is they didn't take him seriously. They thought he was
Yeah,
a comedian.
but in a way, I
But
think that's
that was
that's
my that's why
that's
I
an
asked.
advantage to his career and his legacy. I think years from now, when Val Kilmer may be like a minor footnote in Hollywood history, I still think there'll be many, many people that will just worship Bruce Campbell as being the great actor that he is.
PvP,
It
hold on
is.
1 second.
We're at an hour and a half, guys.
The question really is this: if we could have given him the fame and the roles and the marquee kind of movie leads that we gave Val Kilmer,
He might have been a big
Do-
star, but
no, I'm asking. Hold on, I'm asking Pop. Do you think that he would have just put in equally as good of a performance and been probably a bigger star? Because I see Bruce Campbell as a deeply professional actor, despite the fact that he's a lot of fun. And I'm sorry if I'm rabbit holing this.
Oh no, you're fine. And he has done serious roles. It's just that
And done them well. Yeah.
Yes, he did a special. It was a drama / thriller for HBO, and he's done other things. But it's just that, right? Hollywood look at him and say, "Oh, it's that comedian, it's that funny guy from the Evil Dead movies," and that's why he never got the notoriety he deserved.
And I agree. That's why I'm saying, could he have been Bruce Wayne Batman in one of those movies from that arc from '89 on?
Well, yeah, us, the fans, we were sending letters and requests to Sam Raimi because we wanted him to play Mysterio in the Sam Raimi movies.
I would have loved him as Bruce Wayne Batman. Come on, think about
Oh yeah,
that.
I would too. Yeah,
wow, he would have been a perfect Bruce Wayne.
he would.
First of all, his name's already Bruce.
He could have
And he
pulled
would
it
be the
off
only-
for sure.
And he would have been the only
Definitely, I
one
can
not
see him.
complaining. He would have been the only one not complaining about being in the suit.
Honestly, yes, because he would have felt like Bruce Campbell, and we'll return to our narrative, I guess, after this. And I'm sorry if
Yeah,
I've
we should
taken
get
time
going
away, but
with the film at some point.
Bruce,
no kidding.
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell might have been, if he had been given a chance, considered an iconic Bruce Wayne. Forget about Batman because they sub him out in suits. And I also think this: he has so much dedication, Pop. Don't you think he would have found a method of acting to minimize the problem with the suit and the way you couldn't turn your head? He would have just found a way around it. I have that much confidence in him.
He would, and he wouldn't complain.
No.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Right.
because I mean, compared to these movies, that's a walk in the park, right?
Bruce has got the chin
I would say
like
yes.
Batman
Yeah.
too.
I feel like he would have been a very charismatic Bruce Wayne. I mean, maybe that's the poll for the chat. Because
I'm not denying
Actually,
that
there's
he
already
would.
a poll as
Nemesis
to how
of
much
Eden.
you like the film.
Nemesis of Eden. Let me know how you feel. We have chat and private chat. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yes, everybody. Thank you for reminding me too. Yes, there's a poll in the chat. Please vote if you get the chance, and let me know how you feel about this movie. I will cover the poll results when the stream is over. I think I forgot to do that last time.
I voted
I apologize, everybody.
before I
I
joined.
voted.
I put my vote in, and I think you can
I
probably guess
voted.
what I voted.
I think
And
we
yeah-
should carry on with the movie and probably start actually talking about it.
Yeah, I think we should too.
I concede to Pop.
Okay, so here we go.
To Nemesis of Eden. He's right.
So Ashton mounts from the horse,
Yeah.
and
Please
is
continue.
barely able to make it to this windmill here, just in time, and locks the door. And then we have our Sam Raimi touch of the different angles. Very intense. I love it. rarely in a Sam Raimi movie is the camera just sitting there staring at people and just pointing, at an actor just standing there talking.
The camera is actually an actor in his films.
It is. It is. And of course, the evil subsides temporarily, but who knows what to expect next. And here's Ash surveys the surroundings. And of course, he's completely exhausted. Remember, as you mentioned earlier, he has had no sleep at this point.
I would assume he would have slept at the castle when he was being.
But yeah, but you could have had a night's sleep right before, like when they were during or after the montage, before he set out to go look for the book.
Yeah, when he had his harem of women and they were feeding him grapes and whatnot.
Well, that's right, and he slept with Sheila.
That was another great scene.
That's right.
Lucky guy.
So this is fantastic. This next part that's going to be coming up here. The windmill stops. You know something bad's going to happen.
Right, and unfortunately, it's dark outside.
I have a question. Was that a windmill they just found somewhere, or did they actually build the whole darn thing, like the interior, the exterior?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It is. It's very detailed.
It's great. Like, look at those gears and stuff turning in the interior there. It's like, wow.
Yeah, it's excellent set design.
They must have had some really high quality carpenters working on this film. Oh, here we go.
Let me go back here for a second. So he looks in the mirror. Okay, I'm having to watch my phone. I have a delivery that's supposed to be coming soon, so I've got to watch for the door. I'll try to catch that before it happened. But anyway, yes, the mirror breaks and the pieces fall to the floor. That's what I wanted to show there. There we go. He picks up a piece of glass. And everybody, as we all know from a Sam Raimi movie, is never take a chance, never stop to take a breath. And he drops the mirror and it breaks into small pieces. And as he does it, we get this excellent scene here.
That's amazing. That's so well done. I still, to this day, I mean, maybe you probably know, Pop, but I have no idea how they filmed that. Like, it's just so damn well done. It's totally convincing.
It is. And you remember now, like we've said before, no CGI. So this is an actual set. Like that, you could tell is blue screen / green screen.
Yeah, that
with,
shot.
With doubles. Right. Like Bruce Campbell is the one on the right. But, right. Bruce Campbell on the right. You can see him. That's Bruce Campbell. The two on the left are the stuntmen who look similar to him. One of them is played by his father.
Really? Oh, cool. Wow. Oh, crap.
Hail, Stuart Mitchell. Good to have you here.
We have new guests? I haven't looked at the chat in a while.
No, he's in. Yeah, Stuart Mitchell's in the chat. So acknowledging the people who make this.
Hi there.
Ooh, I'm getting behind too. I apologize. Scogli says it's also important to consider that 3 hours is very, very much long form. I know, and I apologize for that. Summer of '69 says Captain Finity. Hola, Cap at Captain Finity, says Hungry Boy. And Captain Finity says, cheers, Hungry, and panel and chat. Scogli says they were on a pretty good track to get it done until you two showed up. Oh,
Captain Finity's laughing about. Hey, I'm insulted here.
Oh, he's talking about you, Admiral.
Cam says Captain Finity, hi Cap. And Stuart Mitchell, welcome Stuart. So good to see you. Says hello to everybody. And Cam says hi Stuart Mitchell. And Scogli says cheers. So here we go. The little miniature Ashes fire the shotgun at him and celebrate. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Of course, they're even using his trademark lines.
Well, they are basically mini-me hymns, right?
Yes.
I still think that's incredible. I just don't know. That looks so damn good. Jeez, that's amazing.
It does. And I want to point out, too, that for that shot, let me go back. when you see them run right there, that's actually um, that's not the blue green screen. This is actually a large props that they made to make them look smaller.
So that's an actual 3-dimensional real set.
That is a real set, yes.
Oh, that's
You can
incredible.
tell in this movie when it uses a blue and green screen. That's why I pointed out the scene where you can see Ash. You can see it was a blue
Yeah.
screen.
No, it definitely looks totally different. Yeah, for sure.
Right, but this is an actually enlarged room.
That's amazing.
Or built to scale, I guess you could say. That's what they would call
I
it.
guess,
Built to
though, that
scale.
was the Dino De Laurentiis influence, right? I mean, there must have been a much higher budget to do that kind of amazing stuff in this
Well,
film.
it's Universal because Universal gave him the backing, yeah.
But it was Dino De Laurentiis, the producer, wasn't he, I believe, in this
Yes.
film? Yeah.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna hunt down all of you. All right. Of course, like the
That
stove
would
is
hurt
hot.
so bad. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
This scene.
at least first degree, second degree. The fact that he literally has to like cry and shovel his face off of the
Oh my
stove here.
God.
Pop, I feel like 2 minutes to be this low in the feed if I'm gonna have my camera on.
Yeah, and it's like he has to use it like a spatula.
Oh jeez.
Of course.
Man, that's like Three Stooges kind of slapstick almost there. Was he on wires when he was doing that bit there?
Okay, good question. I'm going to see if I can show that video. Now, here's what happened, how they did that. They have a pole coming through the wall attached to his waist. He's on a harness.
Oh.
So when you spin the pole, he's spinning. That's why the center of gravity is the center of his body.
Perfect. That makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
There.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get
You
it
can
now.
kind of see it around the seat of his pants, right? You can see part of the harness.
Right. Oh, wow, that's awesome.
And I don't want to, I hate to spoil it for everybody. I hope I'm not spoiling it.
No, I love it. It's an education. I've learned stuff I never knew, and it's great. It makes the film better, not worse, for sure.
Very cool. And this is obviously a blue screen shot. You can tell.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Wait, how
Right,
can
so we
you
can
tell?
You could, well, I have an eye for it. I could tell a mile away, but
No, I can see the difference, too.
Right,
I'm
you
looking
can
on
tell-
my computer, but I'm watching on StreamYards. Am I just not getting a good look? Is it biased?
no, that's fine. No, what it is in the foreground, the little tiny Ash, you could tell that the lighting on and around him is slightly different than the background Ash. So it would be, sometimes it's called, they use rear projection. Sometimes they use green screen, and then they don't use a lot of, sometimes they used to use a lot of rear projection, and then blue screen was popular for decades. And then they eventually came up with the
Rear screen
technology for green
protection?
screen. Green screen perfected it
Okay.
and looks much more realistic. The Alpha channel.
Can I just ask you a question? It might not be related, but you could give me an answer. What the fuck does rotoscoping mean?
Rotoscoping means when you have an act.
It's a form
Like-
of animation, is it not?
Right, and like Star Trek the animated series, when we cover that, what they do is they film an actor performing, let's say, stunt. And they did the same thing for the He-Man cartoons. They film an actor performing stunts. Then
And
they
draw
take
over
those
'em?
frames and draw over each frame. Right.
Yeah, that's
All
it.
right, you know what? I'm in favor of rotoscoping. It made for a great 90s Spider-Man cartoon. And on with Army of Darkness. I'm sorry to have interrupted.
No, that's quite all right, but it's a great idea because sometimes the animators are not able to actually grasp in their head how a physical body moves and to make it look realistic. So rotoscoping
Honestly,
over an actor helps a lot.
Well, rotoscoping.
honestly, in those 90s Spider-Man Saturday morning cartoons, the end of the Saturday morning cartoons, there was a Spider-Man show voiced by one of the Brady Bunch actors where when Spider-Man would like swing and slide down like a street pole to the street, it was so ultra realistic, and that had to be rotoscoping.
Well,
So it's good to me. It's good.
Rotoscoping is also a way to expedite a faster production, right?
Yeah, that's why Filmation used it, because
Yeah,
it's faster and it helps save money.
and it saves
I-
budget. Yeah.
Anyway, what we got here is blue screen, as you said. So please take us forward. I'm
This is
sorry I
actually forced.
interrupted.
No, this is actually forced perspective.
Oh
This
yeah,
right here is not a
we've
blue screen.
advanced.
So, for example, the way this would have been shot is whoever's legs they are up in the rafters, and they're probably a good 20, 25 feet up above Bruce Campbell.
Right. Makes perfect sense.
And
Yeah.
right, so that gives it the appearance that it's much bigger. Sam Raimi used a lot of forced perspective in his movie.
Amazing.
Never do anything right.
That's why he's so charming, though, because he's kind of the everyman, in a sense.
There's the Stooges, of course.
Yeah.
And of
Oh, I
course, he's
love that.
losing
Look at that
patience.
expression. Oh my. Oh yeah, this is painful. I know what's coming up here. I actually had that
Of
happen
course.
one time.
Ooh, not good. Gotta get that tetanus shot.
Yeah, I did. I actually went and got a tetanus shot a couple of days later because I talked to a nurse on the phone. She says, "Oh yeah, you need to get a tetanus shot."
You'll die
Well, I don't know if I die, but I figure why
without
take a
the
chance?
shot. You
Why
don't
take a
want
chance?
those side effects.
Why take a chance? And I was
Exactly,
fine.
that's
Of course.
exactly it. You don't want to take that chance.
Yeah, after I got the shot, I was fine, so it was all good.
Besides, it's like something like a 300-year-old inoculation. They got that one down.
Mm.
Yeah, right. Might as well use it.
Yeah, I think there was some other some other disease included in the inoculation, so it's like I'm doubly covered now. So.
Fucking smallpox.
I can't remember, man. I can't remember. It doesn't matter anyway.
Okay, so here's where Ash falls. As you saw, he stepped from the nail, fell back, and passed out.
Yeah, that's painful.
And now he's slowly waking up. And there we go. And I'm sure you all know what this reference is, right?
Gulliver's Travels.
Exactly. Gulliver's Travels. But instead of Lilliputs, we're getting miniature ashes. My delivery is on the way and we'll be here soon. Okay, great. I'll try to listen for that. There's going to be a moment where I'll have to step away from the mic for a couple minutes to accept my delivery, guys.
Okie dokie.
A pizza.
You know what? I think I'm verbose enough to cover for you.
Very good. Okay. I appreciate that. Yes.
We all need the delivery guy. I mean, come on.
That's one advantage. That's one small good thing about California is you can have anything and everything delivered here.
Oh, in New York too. I mean, obviously. I mean, we're talking
Yes.
about like kind of mirror images. Although, like from our discussions and especially our green room discussions, it seems like people bend left in a much different way in New York than they do by you. Like you have woke weirdos. Like that doesn't really happen here.
Now, can you tell there, Admiral Teague, that this is blue screen?
No, I can't. It's beautiful, but I'm loving the Gilligan's Island font. One problem
Well, I
I'm
can
having
totally
is
tell
I
it's
wore
blue
my
screen.
contacts today, so I'm not getting the best vision.
Well, that's fine. But yeah, this is
Even
a
back
rear
as a kid, I
projection.
could tell.
Right. And this
Yeah.
is rear projection, so they're probably filming it on a big screen. And then you have the actors standing in front of the screen.
I'm gonna turn off my mic after I say I think the little Ashes attacking Big Ash was one of the high points of this movie, if not the high point.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, this is good too.
And of course, we have Geronimo.
Now, how
Hooray,
did they
hooray.
film that going into his mouth like that? Like,
Blue screen. They
Yeah.
filmed two different things.
looks
They
so
filmed
real.
one.
It looks so real.
Maybe they had him spit something out.
No, it's blue screen. And basically, imagine they cut a hole in the blue screen around the same size
Oh.
as the mouth. And when he dives into the hole, that buries him under the blue screen, which makes it look like he goes into the mouth.
Okay.
I know I said I was going to turn off my mic, but you know what? I'll just say this. We're about to abandon blue screen at this point, so it was never better. It was really good a lot of the time. We should make note of that.
Well, it was serviceable until they came out with green screen. But, obviously some of the early blue screen was very obvious.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and I mean, even in late blue screen, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, when they're in the biplane, is preposterously bad.
Anyway,
Right. Or as we've
I
all
love
seen those
the.
old movies where somebody's driving a car.
Oh yeah, I've seen tons of that. I mean, it's so obviously fake. It's kind of
Coming up with
mind-boggling.
towing things with a rig or putting it on a flatbed and trying to force perspective down has been a much better thing for car
Well,
scenes.
what's interesting, I have to mention too when we're talking about green screen. That's one of the reasons why I don't like the Fast and Furious movies because it looks fake as hell when they're driving inside the car. You can
Hmm.
tell the background is strictly blue screen and they're just sitting in a car. It
You
looks
can
worse
also
than the
tell they
old
don't know
movies.
how to shift.
No, they don't know how to shift. But if I'm going to watch a car chase scene, I want to see people in real cars, like Smokey the Bandit,
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
Blues Brothers. When you see them in a car, I want to know that's a real. Where you can be able to tell that's real outside trees and everything moving by, not just blurry green screen. I hate when they do that. It's very lazy because they know the young audiences don't know and don't pay attention, and I think
Well,
that's
it's like
lazy.
what comes to mind is that famous chase scene in the movie Bullet with Steve McQueen.
Oh yeah, that's as real as you can get.
Like, man, that sequence is mind-boggling. Like it still blows me away every time I watch that movie. It's incredible.
Yeah, and Steven Spielberg is remaking it.
Oh,
Um,
that'll suck.
Nemesis of Eden, I just sent you a private chat.
Anyway, I love what's coming up in the scene here next.
Okay,
It,
so
it
here he
for,
is. We have the miniature, the tiny Ash dove into Ash's mouth, and Ash is trying to force himself to puke. And
this
the best thing you do is you got that boiling hot water
God,
on the stove.
this is freaky.
This is the
Okay, little
progenitor
fella.
of Evil Ash.
Oh my! Oh, every time I see this scene, it freaks me out. It's like, how could you do this and actually live? You know? Oh,
And of course, I'm not playing audio, but you can actually hear the little Ash in there suffering and dying.
yeah, he's screaming or something. Yeah.
Can I just say that is some great Foley art, as they call it. It's hysterical, but it still makes you feel a little bit bad. It's so on the nose. It's perfect.
It is. It is hilarious.
Do you think Ash was almost achieving some kind of superhero status at this point, though? Because if you poured boiling water down your throat like that, I'm pretty sure you'd probably die.
It was the
Well, the
plan,
same
I'm
as if you cut your arm
sure.
off, right? Right. You cut your arm off
Well,
without
yeah,
cauterizing it.
he is kind of like a superhero in a way,
And
or
here's where we have
superhuman
a little
anyway.
eyeball pop
Oh,
out of his
oh,
shoulder.
oh, yeah, I remember that too. Oh my! So many good parts in this movie.
And this is actually inspired by a movie that Sam Raimi saw,
Hmm.
an
What
old horror
movie?
movie. I'm trying to find. I have my list of all my notes. Give me just a
And
second.
you
I have
know,
all my notes, and there's so many of them.
I
And
fully believe, looking at the live time count, that we're going to bring this in well under the first two movies.
I
I
hope
think we have
I
a
so.
hope
chance.
so.
Right now, if my calculations are correct, we'll be 15 minutes shorter than the first movie. But I would say this: there needed to be a much longer discussion about that first movie because we're opening up a new world to fans. And we had to assume that people listening never saw the movie, and we're trying to entice them to see it. So, it's a great thing, in my opinion. But call me crazy. Admiral Teague is a weird guy.
So this is a practical effect. It looks like.
Definitely a practical effect, and the sequence is an homage to the Japanese/American B horror movie called Manster from 1959. And there's
I've
my
not
delivery.
heard of
Be right
that
back,
one.
guys.
Oh, your delivery must be approaching.
Good. You know what? Good thinking, right? That's probably true.
Yeah, those small puppies have a tendency to bark like hell when somebody approaches the master's door.
Well, I know that when Pop Culture Curator's delivery shows up, all I have to do is say burn notice and you'll go.
Oh, you know me too well.
You clearly watched most of the show.
Oh, I watched all 7 seasons and loved every minute of it.
I watched it as a guilty pleasure, but then by season 3, I'm like, this show has elevated itself quite a degree.
It's a great show. Like, well, I mean, it's got Bruce Campbell in it, right?
Did you see the backstory Bruce Campbell movie?
Yeah. What was that called again? Oh,
I don't know. It was named after his character, I
I
think.
did see it. I did see it. It was actually pretty. I thought it was pretty good.
You know what? The success of Burn Notices, it made my mother love Bruce Campbell. She thinks he's great.
Well, that in itself is worth the series existing.
81 years young, PvP.
Awesome. Hey,
I mean-
my mom was probably the same age back then, and she loved it too. She couldn't wait for the next episode every week, right?
Now, Nemesis, you've got my private chat. I think we're vamping here. I hope we're not doing anything untoward because I don't think Pop is here, is
Well,
he?
no, Pop seems to have
He's
gone for his
accepting the
pizza
delivery.
or whatever.
All right.
So I think
So
we could just.
we're just doing our best here to be engaging while he gets back because I'll say it again. I'd be nothing without influences like Pop Culture Curator, who
Oh, Pop's
taught
got a
me how
great
to be.
channel here.
Not only that, but he taught me how to be really critical and the ways to look at things critically.
Oh yeah, Pop's got a great knowledge.
Yeah, but you know what? He could change his name to Pop Culture Detective. Do you want to look at some of these chats? Where are we at? Because I've been told that we have to respect the chat, and I believe we should. Skogly had the last chat. I can't highlight anything new, but Cam's Crash Course says Raimi's a genius. No argument here. Hungry for a clubhouse. Hey, Hungry. What's up, my man? Hola, it's Stuart Mitchell.
All right, I'm back.
Captain Finity is exchanging greetings with everyone because Captain Finity is a well-loved and respected YouTuber in our circle. And I'm proud to be on the outer umbra of this beautiful circle. Hungry's got a
Hello,
few
Sean
fun
Carter.
things to
Hello,
say.
Stuart
So
Mitchell.
we're back to the film now. Are
Oh,
we?
you got your delivery, Pop? I'll shut up now.
Oh no, it's fine. Oh, okay, so yeah, I'm back. So here we are, the
just
exterior of
wanted
the
to be
lighthouse.
entertaining while you were gone. We did our best.
And I appreciate that, guys. And here we have Ash and the eye, which grew out into a second Ash. And this is based on another movie, Man with Two Heads.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Good movie.
The Thing with Two Heads. Sorry.
Thing with
Sorry.
Two Heads. That's it.
Right,
That
starring Ray
movie
Milland and
addressed
Rosie Greer.
racism in a way that made no one upset.
That's pretty well done, actually.
Wasn't one head black and one head was a white billionaire? He needed the black convict's head to stay alive,
Yeah,
right?
I think
Man with two
so.
heads?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, you know what? That movie was a good social commentary that I mean, I don't know. I'm not black, but I mean, I'm a lot of other things. I mean, I don't think it left anyone upset.
Well, it was good old 70s, if I remember correctly. So people didn't get upset about much of anything in those days.
And also that
Pretty
movie,
well,
I mean,
pretty well rolled with it back then, you know.
probably couldn't have taken that movie seriously. Pop, guide us along. What a great picture.
Okay, so here we have the two, and here more references here. We got the Three Stooges.
Yes,
All right, got to have that.
classic Stooges there. Now that's
Oh,
obviously
hold on a
dummy
second.
head
Hold
there.
on. I'll be right back, guys.
Uh-oh, here we go. Anyway, since
All right, so
I just
I
wanted
hope
to
you.
say everybody should watch Burn Notice. It's a great series. It's one of the best spy shows in recent decades, and it's
Here's
got a
the
great
thing,
cast, and it's got a bitchin' car.
Burn
and
Notice
it's
does a
great.
few things right. One, Burn Notice explains most of the show in the beginning, doesn't it? There's like a
Yeah.
narration
Yeah,
to the
well,
theme
I love
song.
the main
He's
character's
like, I
narration
was
through the series.
CIA. He does the whole
narration.
thing. He says, I was CIA.
Yeah, his
I was
narration is
I
what
was
meant one
Black
of the great
Ops.
things.
And when you get fired from the CIA, they don't just send you like a letter. You
They
get
burn
called to a location and they tell you you're fucked and they
You're
burn
burned.
you. And I've been burned and I'm on the burn list. And that's how the narration more or less ends. It's very Star Trek like, but the thing is, it does a great job of bringing you into the show.
Yep.
And it was kind of a throwback idea for the time. And the idea was we had our star, and he was a very good point of view star. He was enjoyable. But the thing is, we also had our controller of our secret agent was in fact who? That's a cue to you, PvP.
Oh,
And I just unmuted. I'm sorry. I just got back. I didn't hear. I'm
who
sorry.
was in
I just think
control?
on Burn Notice, he wasn't the star.
Oh, that
He
would be
was
his mother.
he
She seemed to control
controlled.
him quite a bit.
He was his connection back to legitimate intelligence work.
Oh, geez, I forget that part. I haven't watched the show in about 10 years now. So
Well, it's gone a long time, but I mean, for the show to be, I mean, let's not rabbit hole it on this, but it did make my mother love Bruce Campbell, and she's 81, so come on, it had to be successful in some way, right? Pop
it's a great
culture.
show. It's a great show. I mean, the characters are good. The cast
Absolutely.
is good. I love the car. What was the car? Charger, right? Charger, yeah.
It's
Great looking car.
1972 Oldsmobile Delta 88. You're talking about these movies or a different
You
car?
were talking about Burn Notice.
Oh, I
So
didn't
we're
watch
at
it.
2 hours, guys. We
Bird
should probably
Notice
get back to
you've
that
never seen
movie.
Bird Notice, Pop? You should check
For
it out.
those who
It's a
can't see,
great show.
I have the J.J. Abrams avatar up right now.
It's a great
Yeah,
show. You should really
I
check out
wasn't.
Bird Notice. Bruce
Yeah,
Campbell's
I
basically his
didn't.
sidekick in it, and he's brilliant.
Yeah, I didn't watch it because Bruce Campbell wasn't the star. But maybe one of these
No, but
days.
he's
You
brilliant.
know what? It
He
was
might
just
be the second banana, but often he shines in
what?
most
Why not
episodes.
just give him a role? I mean, I watched it because he was in it, knowing he wouldn't be in it a lot because I
Oh, he
just
was in it a
wanted to
lot.
enjoy.
No, he was in it a
The thing is,
lot.
he wasn't the star, but there was another guy who was the star.
Well, he was a co-star
The thing is,
because he was
say
in
of
it
it
a
what you
lot, and
will, I
he
enjoyed
was
being
very,
able.
very key to that series' success. He was a great, great character.
I don't want to rabbit hole this again. I just want to say I was glad to see him on there, getting paid and being charismatic and being a character that comported with what we thought of Bruce Campbell.
I'm just saying, Bird Notice is a great series, and it's well worth checking out.
I'm just
Okay.
saying we should get back to the movie.
I agree.
But
Yeah,
this
I
is
agree.
appreciate that.
Let's get on to it.
Yeah, let's do
I
the movie.
appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Why are you doing this? So you want to know? So I feel bad. I'm sorry. I just stepped out a second time, guys. Here's where he is pretty much mocking himself. You're goody little two shoes. Goody little two shoes, like the song, right? I'm sorry. I'm having to deal with my order. I ordered several items and only like 2 of them arrived, and I'm trying to figure out in the app how to tell them nothing showed up pretty much, and I don't know what's going on. I've never had that happen. But okay, I'll deal with that later. Okay, so here we go. And here he is, the bad ass punching the good ass, continuing to mock him, and then we have this scene.
Boom! Alakablam!
Now he was on wires there, I assume.
Yes.
No, he did it. He did it himself. That's just all. That's he's
Well,
just an
knowing
actor.
Bruce Campbell, you never know, right?
Oh, dude,
And here,
right?
and here we have the bad Ash who got a shotgun blast in the mouth.
And sustaining minor damage. Which
Right,
either he's a deadite and that shows like just how tough they are, or they're just trying not to be too gory.
And here's where we get kind of a throwback to Evil Dead 2 with the girlfriend scene.
Uh-oh.
And we got a little montage here. And another iconic moment. By the way, that scene where you can see the chainsaw actually moving, in a lot of the movie where the camera's not really focused on the chainsaw, obviously the blade's not an actual blade turning, So what they did is they piped cigarette smoke up through a tube in Bruce Campbell's pants and then in his shirt and then through his sleeve to the chainsaw to make it look like smoke coming out of the chainsaw.
Oh.
And once again, this is just all the power of implication, right? Like you don't have to show someone being dismembered for it to be horrifying. We know what's happening. We can tell what's happening, but you don't have to show it on screen.
Sometimes it's better off screen because it lets your imagination work, right?
I agree 100%, PvP.
Thank you.
Exactly, right.
Well, now that's. Gee, what is that moon? Is that a blue screen as well, or?
Oh, it's neither. This is just a shot of the moon.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how they achieved the shot there. But continue. It doesn't matter.
All right. So here we have him burying the evil Ash.
Once
And of
again,
course-
just showing how tough they are. They're undead, right? Like you can't. He's arguing. He's having an argument with himself, and of course, this little comedy bit.
Right. Hey, what's that you got on your face?
Yeah, it's good.
As he throws dirt on him.
Yeah, it's great.
And here he is. Yeah, definitely. That shows a good budget where they're able to light this up really well.
Mm.
That takes a lot of lights.
I imagine you told us the budget at the start, Pop.
No, I haven't looked at the budget.
Oh, actually, I'll take a quick look and see what it was.
Nope, Gorilla's heading to bed. Good night, Gorilla.
Good night,
Thanks
Gorilla.
for
Thank you for
staying here,
joining
bud.
us. So good to have you.
Hey, Gorilla.
Okay, so here we have Ash came up to the graveyard. And give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Says the budget
Still
was
a beautiful set piece here. Oh, how much was the budget?
$11 million, it says here on Wikipedia. Whether that's correct or not, hopefully it is. And the box office was $21.5 million. So I imagine it probably did okay because I don't imagine back then they would have spent a whole lot of money on promotion and stuff. So
No, you wouldn't think so. Just probably commercials and whatnot.
Yeah.
Once again, I was too young to see it in the movie theater.
yeah, I never saw it in the theater either. It was
Right? Yeah, you and I are the same in that way. We just kind of saw it. You saw it on TV, and I'm
Yeah, I
assuming
just
that's how I saw it too.
totally caught it by accident. I probably would have known about the series by now, but back then I probably wouldn't have had a clue that it even existed. But so it made roughly double its money back, I guess. So
Like, how much do you think this set piece right here cost? Like, it looks. I'm assuming.
yeah, well, in 1993 dollars when they made the film, it's like I can't even remember what money would have been worth back then. That's almost
Well,
like she's almost what 30 years ago now. Jeez.
oh my gosh, yeah, it's well, yeah, 100%. Well, and you can kind of tell just like zooming in here on my TV, it looks like up until the steps is actual set,
It
and
looks like it.
then I think the rest is blue screen.
Could be, yeah.
Yes.
Once again, a beautiful shot though. Really, man, it's just there's a lot of gothic horror
Yeah.
in this, and it's beautiful. I love it.
This film has so much. It's just this film just drips atmosphere. It's just unreal.
Nope. Hungry says I was there. Almost no promotion, barely any television or print ads.
Great. So yeah, so they made a good return then. If they made almost double the money back, that's great. Because I mean, making 21.5 million was pretty good for a film like this in '93. Because I mean, let's face it, probably most normies had no clue what the Evil Dead even existed, right? So it would have been a lot of people that were horror fans, into cult movies and stuff that found it. That would have been probably going to the theaters back then. I would imagine.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So now
It
there's
just
the
didn't
trick.
make what you right. Universal considered a bomb. It didn't, unfortunately, did not make what they were hoping for, which is really sad. And just like Evil Dead 2, why? Because they did not promote it. They did not know what to do with it. They didn't
Hmm.
have They didn't run commercials. They didn't have billboards. They didn't have advertisements in any kind of print magazines. Nothing.
Huh. Yeah, they probably could have made more
You
money if
did
they
have
had.
to go out of your way to know this movie was out there.
In fact, where I lived, it didn't even come out to theater at all. I didn't really get a chance to get my hands on it until it was at the video rental place.
Yeah, I don't think it ever came to my neck of the woods at all in any theater, so I can remember.
Oh, we only
And
had a
here's
small
where
movie theater in my town, and there was movies like 10 movies behind what was ever in circulation. So chances are never.
Well, it's
Would
like
have
the
been amazing
theaters
though.
here now. They pretty much only play like the big movies, so to speak, which are mostly garbage. So
No. Anyways, yeah, we will not talk about major budget. Well, we will eventually. There's going to be a lot of major budget movies we're going to talk about.
Hey, Nemesis, can I ask you a
Yo,
question?
yo, what's up, Teague?
My thoughts this, like my first time seeing this was on TV, but it was because I went to Blockbuster Video to rent it, and I'm wondering if that's the same way you saw it, as this must-see classic that you could kind of easily get at that time. And the first time I saw Army of Darkness is where we're at. It was, I guess it had been in theaters and gone. And I would say, like, don't you think it did really good in the video rental?
Well, that's where it made all its sales from. That's how it became a cult classic, right? Most people know it from the video rental store. I remember distinctly running over to the horror section as like a little kid and like, looking at Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street and like Army of Darkness. And I'd always gravitate towards Army of Darkness. And I think that's why my parents got it for me.
Because
I
Army
don't
of
think
Darkness has the best title, doesn't it?
well, it
it
had the
does.
best title. It had amazing clips on the back. The quotes were really good.
It's
It
also,
just
it
looked like
could
something
be a
I'd want to
Black
watch.
Sabbath album.
Oh, I didn't know what Black Sabbath was at 6 years old. I
No,
don't. I
I'm just
don't.
saying the title. It could be a Black Sabbath album. Army of Darkness sounds pretty grim. But
is
please
pop culture still
continue
going?
your
Well, I mean,
thought.
this
Yeah,
is a
no,
grim
I'm
movie.
sorry. I'm still here, guys. I'm having to deal with customer service with my missing order. I feel terrible.
Yeah,
But
no,
Sam
Nemesis,
Raimi,
please continue. I'm sorry that I cut
Yeah,
you off. I
we're
wanted
at
to hear
the
your
three
thought.
books now. So if anytime you're ready to
Pop
continue,
culture,
right.
Bob.
So here's
PvP,
where
hang
right.
on a
So
minute.
here's where Ash comes across. He didn't know that there was going to be 3 books, and that's what he says because he's supposed to find the correct Necronomicon and then read the words that the old man that Merlin told him about.
At this point, Ash is thinking, "Oh, Klaatu."
All right. So he's being very hesitant and he doesn't know what to do. So here we are with the first book, which he opens up. As you can see, it almost sucks him in. Practical effects, everybody.
Oh, beautiful. Just, I love this scene. Oh my gosh. Like, it's just fantastic. Get sucked into the book.
That is good. Oh, this
Oh,
film
it
is
is. It
amazing.
is.
It's amazing.
And here's where he comes out. Now, this is also a practical effect. That's actually a facial appliance that Bruce Campbell wore for this scene.
Wow. I
Yeah.
kind of had a feeling.
Prosthesis.
Yeah, it does look real for sure.
Yep.
Wow, that is freaky.
Right. Once again, would all be done with CGI nowadays.
Second prosthetic.
And it probably wouldn't be as believable if it was CGI. Like this is like real. Real is real,
exactly.
right? Yeah. And I mean, Bruce sells it with his acting skills too, right? That helps.
Oh,
Oh,
of course. Like,
absolutely.
his delivery of "whoa, wrong book" is fantastic, right? Like, it's just.
Yeah.
So here we
Bruce
are.
is
He's
great
looking at the
in
second
this.
book, trying to decide basically between the 2 books which one he should try next.
That's why I keep saying he would have been an amazing Bruce Wayne or Batman.
But
And here
anyway,
we are with
we're
the
at the
second book,
second book now.
and he's not paying much attention. So we get this.
That book is a great prop, by the way. We should talk for a second about how cool the book looks.
And the prop maker, the guy who made the book, obviously is the same guy who did the props from the first two movies.
Yeah,
But this book looks a little bit better, not amazingly better, but like you could tell he had more to work with.
Oh,
I
it's a
mean,
bigger
the
budget.
book looks great.
Bigger budget.
And here's where of course, he was caught off guard. He's quite surprised. Not happy with that book at all.
I'll get back to you. Yeah. So, and I mean, it's funny because he grabs these other two books and then he's like, oh, hey, yeah, I totally need to like say a thing before I do that. So he would have doomed them anyways because he didn't say the words before opening even the first book.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you're right about that, Nemesis.
Here he is.
Or
trying
I
to
guess
remember
if we're
the
going to be like,
words.
yeah. Oh, yeah, this bit. Amazing.
Yeah, Ash wasn't too focused a lot of the time.
No, he wasn't. Well, because he was only focused on himself, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was kind of a narcissist, kind of, yeah.
Hold on just a second. I'm having to fill in my... I feel terrible. I have to do this during the same time as the stream.
Bruce Campbell does too. Look at that expression. My goodness.
Bruce Campbell is dealing with customer service there, too.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Bruce is thinking, hey, I didn't get my order.
Right, and he's trying to remember he's got part of the words right.
Oh, man, it's an N-word. It's definitely an N-word. I wonder what N-word it could be. Nickel, Nick Toe.
Nick Toe, he's guessing there.
Stop.
Not really sure.
Now, is it that Bruce Campbell is such a great actor or Sam Raimi is such a great director or they're meant to be together because they're selling this scene so well?
All of the above, I'd say.
Yes, I
100%.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Deep
So here-
dedication by the principal participants. I mean, Bruce Campbell almost a co-writer on this in some ways.
Oh, absolutely. He had a lot of input. So here's where he's
I'm
convinced
glad you
himself.
agree.
Here's where he's convinced himself that he's done a wonderful job and that he said the words which are close enough, and he pulls his pants up and assumes that's it. And he puts the
Captain
book
Kennedy says, delivery driver ate your entree pops. And Hungry says, I and my pals only knew of it due to Fangoria and dating goth chicks. And Hungry also says, the audience at my showing
I feel bad. I'm
applauded the
behind on the
face
chat.
That's I'm trying to keep up with you too.
Oh no,
Well,
no,
I
I
know there's
appreciate
a
that.
lot
I
of
feel
things.
terrible. I'm
You
behind
know
on
what?
the chat.
There's too much made of keeping up the chat. The chat should be respected. The chat gets their say, but like the conversation about how good the movie is has to take precedence, or it'll be a shit podcast.
Hungry Boy says Gumball Rally, and Hungry Boy says The Monster was the film. Absolutely. Hungry Boy says the Japanese co-production. And Hungry Boy says the eye growing into a new creature from the 1950s Yank journalist in Japan. Sean Carter, hello there. Good to see you, Sean. Hello, fellow humans, he says. Stuart mentioned
Hell, Sean.
playing Mysterio in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. We tried, they tried. Sony wouldn't do it. That's why we only got him in cameos, sad to say. Hungry Boy says The Thing with Two Heads was a transplant film. The Monster was the new head as an eye growing from the shoulder in the 50s. Lola Greg says, cheers. Here we go. Let's show that. Sean Carter says, hi. Cam says, hi, Sean Carter. Gorilla says, heading to bed. Yeah, I am running late here. Cam says, later, Gorillas.
Yeah, it was
Hungry
a while
Boy
ago.
says, not Gorilla. And Hungry Boy says, I was there almost. No promotion. And Hungry Boy says barely any television or print ads. Exactly. Captain Finity says delivery driver ate your entree pops. Hungry Boy says I and my pals only knew of it's due to its Fangoria and dating goth chicks. Yeah, and shout out to Fangoria, excellent magazine. I used to read that in Starlog. Hungry Boy
Let's
says
not sell the goth chick short, though.
Hungry Boy says the audience at my showing applauded the face morph scene. It looks so good on the big screen, and it still does. Sean Carter says, "Hey, Cam. There we go. I think I'm caught up."
Beautiful.
And here we are. It looks like the castle is under siege.
Do we have the graveyard scene?
Well, we have
No,
where
we
he took
haven't
the
done
book
it
and then
yet.
left. Right, he took the book, left, and then things started exploding in the graveyard, and he just took off.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a
so we
scene
did
where
miss
the
it.
skeletons are poking him in the face.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I got ahead.
Yeah, that's the one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that does definitely exist.
I haven't seen it in a long time, so I could be thinking of things out of order here. So
And there she is, apparently worried.
didn't she hate him at first in the film, if I remember?
Yeah, she was throwing rocks at him and pulling his hair.
Yeah, she wanted him to die in the pit, didn't she?
Right. That's why he told her. That's why later on, when she tried to apologize, he just said blow. And here we go with him. Right. Here's where he's escaping the graveyard.
Now those tombstones, that's like total practical effect, right? That's amazing.
It is. And here we are with some more Three Stooges references.
Yep. And he's totally selling it with his acting skills again here. That's so good.
Always got to have time for humor. Okay, here we go. And anybody who knows the relationship between Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi knows that is Sam Raimi operating those hands because he loved torturing Bruce.
Oh, jeez.
Of course.
Oh, doesn't that speak to them being very close friends?
Exactly, it does. And of course, that's why they're still friends to this day.
It'd be great when they get out of all these contracts and make a movie together again on their own terms.
Exactly.
That's incredible. How many people were working these skeleton arms under the surface there?
Well, he definitely had plenty of help.
Must have been a lot of people moving those things.
Here he is escaping the graveyard with the Necronomicon in hand. A great set, though. It is a great set. You can tell it's a studio, but it looks good.
Once again, the atmosphere, too, is incredible.
Yeah, totally. It's fantastic.
And, of course, he's just talking about the villagers that he really doesn't care about that even still. He just wants out of there, of course. Oops, it looks like we got some action back at the windmill.
And there we go with Evil Bruce coming back to, well, I wouldn't say life, but...
Right, so we definitely have the evil Ash here.
He was never truly dead, right? Like, he was still alive when Ash buried him.
Yeah, but he doesn't
exactly. He was right. He was still alive. Right. It looks like we got a lot of decomposing going on. Maybe.
Yeah, he doesn't look too good.
Oh no, he certainly. Well, he looks like your average Deadite. As soon as they possess someone, they look great, and then they turn to like goo after time. They get worse and worse.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Nemesis is right.
Here we are. And they're all excited when they see him coming because they still consider him the promised one, which is a bad mistake on their part. I feel terribly. There we go. And they're welcoming back. And of course, they think he's done everything right, and he got the Necronomicon. And of course, he's just saying, "Yeah, great, great," pretty much. And of course, there's where he says this to them. I don't want to repeat it, but you can read it yourself. It's funny because we all know they don't even understand those words, but oh well. We, the audience, understands. Of course, they're interested in Necronomicon, and he's splashing his face with water. And the old man asked him, "You did say the words, didn't you?" And of course, he says, "Yeah." And then he lies to them and says, "Now send me back like in the deal."
Yeah, he's still thinking of himself.
Did you speak the words? Yeah, basically.
Right?
And of course, the old man not trusting him. Did you speak the exact words? And he said, "Look, maybe I didn't say every single little tiny syllable. No. Basically, I said him, yeah. Dung-eating fool. Is what the old man calls him. In other words, shit-eating fool, of course. Thou hast doomed us all. For now misspoke the words. The army of the dead awoke. Shame, shame." And of course, Ash says, "Whoa, whoa," right there, spinach chin. A reference to the Three Stooges short, Malice in the Palace.
Wow. Good research there, Pop.
Pop, I
And you
just
said you
want
could
to
clean
say,
this mess up
I'm
once you got
impressed.
that book.
Pop, I'm turning off my live feed. I'm enjoying this explanation of the movie, and amazing. The Gilligan's Island font is definitely making it for me.
Oh, well, I'm glad you enjoy it.
It's adding to the. You know what? It's somehow appropriate.
Yeah, I've got to figure out another font for next week when I do John Carpenter's The Thing. I got to
I
figure out
don't.
something that'll go good with that.
Yeah, John Carpenter. I don't know.
And here's where Ash says, "You said there was a passage that could get rid of this thing and send me back." And the old man assures him, "It's true. The book still possesses the power to send you back, but to use it is useless. Evil has a terrible hunger for the Necronomicon, and it will come here to get it." And of course, Ash doesn't want any part of that, and he says, "We had a deal." So I don't have the type here. And here's where he says, "The wise man shall return to your own time." Another mistake they make is they think Ash is wise. And of course, the old man said, "I thought he was the one." "Yeah, right, because that was the deal," says Ash.
Well, he's
"I thought he
shown
was
them
the
his
one." Yeah,
boomstick, right?
exactly right. So when do you think we can start with all the? Now he's kind of him hawing, and I think this is where he's realizing that he kind of screwed up.
Oh, he feels ashamed. You can tell. He's just like, oh, wow. He realizes he effed up.
Right now, he's starting to realize that what he's done, and now he's pretty much put them in danger. I don't, or in deep shit, I guess you could say, because he sees the look on their faces that they're highly disappointed.
So this is the first time in the movie he starts to actually feel responsible for his actions, so to speak.
Yes, that's correct.
I would agree. So yes.
Now, who is this chick? Is this Mia Sarah?
Embeth Davidtz.
Okay, I remember that name. And what a name, Embeth.
It's funny in the commentary when you listen to it. Sam Raimi talks about it. He says that she was just starting out when she made this movie. When she took the role, she didn't know it was going to be so physical. She had a lot of trouble with the costume, the makeup, the eye contacts, and all that. And he mentions how she went straight from this to Schindler's List. And he's joking with Bruce Campbell, and he says, "She'll never be in one of my movies again." Not for that
how
reason.
Big
right?
was her role?
This was her, by the way, this was her first film.
How big was her Schindler's List role?
I have to
'Cause I
see the
didn't-
movie again.
It says her
Yeah,
role was
you know
Helen
what? Like,
Hirsch.
I think we all agree on this. Schindler's List, Nemesis of Eden, chime in. Great movie that you don't want to see again necessarily, right?
Her character's name was Helen Hirsch in Schindler's List, by the way.
Right,
I
and
think
I
it's
don't think it was necessarily a big role or not, but it was enough for
I'm
her to
sorry,
break out.
Nemesis, I didn't hear you.
She has an
okay.
extensive filmography. I'm looking here. She's
It's a
still
great movie
working
we
by the
just don't
day.
want to see again.
She started in
I think
92.
it's necessary for everyone to see it, but we're kind of getting off topic a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. Let's
Yeah,
go
let's
on with this
continue.
great piece of art.
Yeah, let Pop continue.
And here's where they call Ash a wretched excuse for a man. And
I've heard that a few times in my life.
and the wise men were fools to trust in you. Now's where their fear is turning to anger. I knew he couldn't be trusted. We put our trust in him, they said. And of course, she still has her hope. I still believe that thou wilt help us. And of course, now he's laying it on the line. Oh, Sheila, don't you get it? It's over.
Yeah, he maintains his like late 20th century outlook towards dating.
All right, just a second. This person, idiot. There we go. But what are the things we've shared? Oh, you mean our little night together? Oh, this is always an awkward moment, isn't it, guys? What of all the sweet words that you spoke in private, she says. And look at the look on his face.
We're showing here why the Gilligan's Island font is deeply appropriate.
And here's where he tells her, well, that's what we call pillow talk, baby. That's all. And of course, she says it was more than that.
Well, it was to her.
I still have faith in thee. I still believe that thou will stay and save us. And he doesn't look like he's wanting to save them very much. And just as we say that,
Oh, yeah.
attack from the air.
Here come the harpies.
Oops, hold on just a second. I don't know why, but I actually hit the wrong button. I got to go back to where we left off. I got to skip a little bit. Oops. There we go. That wasn't too bad. There we go. Right there.
You might want to go
That's
full
blue screen
on that, Pop. It's it shrunk down pretty good there.
There we go. Yeah, my player accidentally hit the wrong button and it resized.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got VLC. Yeah, I used to have that player too. I need to get that player again. That's a good player, actually.
And here's where they're all spreading out. And of course, there's where the Deadite grabs Sheila and flies off into the night. And here's where Ash is finally starting to try to help. And there's another tribute to Ray Harryhausen, obviously. Very well done. Ray Harryhausen.
You know, actually, I was thinking the other night, about, the stream tonight, Pop, and Harryhausen was still very much alive and probably healthy at this point in time. Did they
Yes, he
ever
was.
consider hiring him as like a consultant to give his expertise and advice to the crew that was making the stop motion in this film?
I don't think so.
Damn, that's a shame. I think he probably could have given them some really good pointers, I would think, right?
Right, and he's probably too expensive for them to hire. Because this is right around the same. Well, no, this was
because this was like
right,
a decade after he did his last film, right?
Clash of the Titans. Right, I'm trying to think of. I think maybe he had retired at this point. Maybe.
Yeah, but still, I would have think Ray seemed like the type of guy just that would have been willing to share his knowledge, even for a modest fee. At least that's the way he seemed to me as a person. Because it was all about the art with him, I think.
Absolutely. And here's where The evil Ash is calling together his army. I shall command every worm-infested son of a bitch that ever died in battle. You there handsomely now. Hey, my liege. We shall storm their castle and get my book. And it's hilarious with these skeletons. And this one's
Easily one of
popping
my
up,
favorite
Gus.
sequences in the movie.
Yeah, I love
Sure.
the skeletons. That's what really sold me on the film. When I saw the skeletons, it was like this is so Harryhausen. It's just like I love this movie.
At that
Oh
It
point,
yeah,
I
is
think he
absolutely.
did. I'm sorry. I think it establishes artistic nature so much that it was actually, it was not bad form or biting off his style to imitate him because he had invented a new medium, and I don't think he was upset to see himself imitated. That's me.
That's why I wondered if they might have considered hiring him as a consultant, because I'm sure Ray would have been honored to actually share his expertise and knowledge, with
Well,
the production crew, right?
I'm more interested in just hearing what Pop thinks about what I said about how he had just spawned a genre and you didn't really have to go to him for permission because he had created this amazing new thing that affected cinema for a good 25 to 35 years.
And it still does, I think,
Definitely.
for some people.
And I prefer seeing stop motion than I do CGI. I don't know why. I think it's kind of
I
quaint,
think
but it's
CGI sucks. I still do. I think I
it
probably
does. It's got
always
a lot of
will.
charm to it.
You know what
Good
would be
CGI can be
amazing?
good, but a lot of it's crap.
I hope everyone will forgive me for this, but Pop, wouldn't it be amazing if we made the craftsmanship with the Ray Harryhausen style, but then use the CGI to smooth it out and make it much more real? I'm curious as to what you think about that.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
Imagine we did the same thing Ray Harryhausen did, right? Frame for frame, exactly the same.
Right.
And then we used our modern technology to make it smoother and more real. Would that be okay with you?
I have seen that. I'm trying to remember where off the top of my head. Some people have done that.
Are you okay with it? Do you think the hybridized version of it is cool? Because
I
I
would say
am in
no.
favor of it.
I'd say no. I'm not okay. And I can give you a beautiful, excellent recent example. Check out the new Guillermo
Okay.
del Toro's Pinocchio. It's all stop
Real?
motion,
Oh, that
and it
was
has the herky jerky.
horrible.
I'm not talking about the
I
Disney
saw,
version. I'm talking about the Guillermo del Toro version. He's up for a bunch of Academy Awards, but
oh,
it's
okay.
stop motion and it's got the herky jerky sort of quaintness that this does, and it's a fantastic movie. I'm definitely not talking about the Tom Hanks Disney movie.
Yeah, you confused me there. I'll check out the one you suggested because, of course, you're always going to be right on top with the movie
And
suggest.
Guillermo del Toro is also a huge fan of Ray Harryhausen, so I'm glad to see him carrying the torch of doing stop motion.
Well, he's a
I'd,
very good
I'd
director,
love to
though.
know if you thought that was a true Ray Harryhausen tribute in Book of Boba Fett, if you bothered with that
Didn't see
nonsense.
it, not into it. No, no,
Yeah,
not
they
going to. You
tried
shouldn't pay
to
me.
kind
No,
of pay.
that's
They
okay.
kind
Okay,
of
and here's where
tried to
evil.
make it look like
Right,
a
and
character.
here's where evil Ash says, "Come on!" And by the way, this line was ad libbed by Sam Raimi just as they were getting ready to shoot, and it's where he says, "Give me some sugar, baby." I think I may
Oh
have missed it.
God,
That was ad libbed by Sam Raimi just as they were getting ready to shoot.
that's a good line. Got plans for you. Oh, yikes! I wonder what kind
Yeah,
of
you wouldn't see
plans you
that
can
these
have
days.
when you're in that kind of skeletal condition, though.
Well, we see what
And
they look like later on in the movie, and it's not good shape, so one can only imagine.
Yeah, actually, I don't want to imagine it.
here's where he's
Good point.
lambasting his soldiers. Have you lost your bones, you decomposed gobs? Get thee hence.
Decomposed gobs. That's brilliant.
And here we are back at the castle. An army of the dead gather in the wilderness. They approach the castle. Here we go. And of course, this guy is being realistic about it. I'm afraid I don't want to die. They'll swallow our souls. And we had this iconic look here. So this is the point where Ash is the true savior, as prophesied in the Book of the Dead.
Mm.
And of course he says to them, "Run home and cry to mama."
Yeah, I guess Ash has finally had his ass kicked enough where he's just say enough is enough. I'm just going to stand up and do what's right.
And they are still quite skeptical, which understandable. So they say, "Are all men from the future loudmouth braggarts?"
Just me, baby. Just me.
Right, exuding confidence. And here's they start doing the math and figuring how much they have to fight against the army of the dead. And Ash is basically putting together the army, the good army. Now, who's with me? There's Ted Raimi. Not looking very happy.
But he's a man this time.
He is a man this time. He's not covered under hundreds of pounds of makeup, right?
This was an
Here's where
easy
they all
day
start
for
siding with
lawyer Ted Raimi.
Yes, and here's where they're starting to side with him. They say, "I'll stand by you." One by one, you can count on my steel. See, that's why I thought he was the blacksmith. Because I remember this line here, so I guess he is the blacksmith. Okay. So he says, "You
Ted's
can count on
weight
my
looks a little
steel."
outrageous here.
It is.
I think
It's
he was
kinda-
talking
and it-
about his sword versus, him making steel. Because
Oh,
the
yeah.
dude with the handlebar mustache is very much the blacksmith.
Yeah, I
right.
can
He's
see.
even got the right. He's even
Yeah.
He's even got the leather apron thing on. Me sword's by his side, and even the little guy there. I'll offer up my courage. Me sword. Okay.
That's all very, very Fellowship of the Ring.
And here's they're saying, "Hail, hail." So there he is. He's got some confidence in the villagers. And of course, the evil Ash saying to Sheila, "Well, my dear, say hello to the boys." Unfortunately for her,
Uh-oh.
and unfortunately, she is now a deadite. This is the scene where she was saying that those contact lenses were very painful.
I had to put in normal 21st century contacts today, and I can affirm it's still painful and disgusting. To poke yourself in the eye is so counterintuitive.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement.
Now imagine with just plain glass.
Now, in interviews with Beth Davids, after this movie, she regretted it because, obviously it didn't really boost her career as much as she had hoped. And she said it was a very grueling experience with the makeup and the contacts and everything else. And she said it wasn't until years later that she realized that every time she met fans, they all referenced this movie, not her other ones.
You know what? Beth Davids thought she was going to be a Hallmark movie star. I think that's where she went.
I hope not. But yeah, she started to realize that, looking back on it, she looks at the role a little more fondly now, realizing that it's got such a big following.
It's got to be nice to get $10 per autograph just sitting there, right?
And she says, "I may be bad, but I feel good."
Jedi Bill, good to see you, buddy.
Hail, Jedi, good to see you. Jedi Bill.
Hail, Jedi Bill.
You, sir, to the castle, they say. So it's time to march. Here we are. They got the army dead. And it's a great job to getting all these stand-ins, because remember, these obviously, like that last scene was not stop motion, so it's great that they got the stand-ins to look like actual skeletons. And of course, Ash, they're still with the smart mouth. Quit your belly aching. We are builder confidence, but that doesn't mean we're cowards. We can take these Deadites. We can take them. There you go. Speeches with science. And here we go. Here we go with the classic Bracken, somewhat of a moving order, but it's pulled by horses.
Well, that's the blacksmith there.
There's a scene where he opens up the trunk.
Looks like my trunk.
Right. What's funny too is, right, some of the things in this trunk were actually a property of Sam Raimi.
Cool.
So, like right there, you can see a Fangoria magazine just to the right where it says Steam.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, Sam
Bringing
Raimi
up
was a big fan
Fangoria
of.
earlier.
Well, and he was
Nice.
thankful for Fangoria because they helped promote the first movie.
Good for them.
There's a close up of it, in fact.
Awesome. Great stuff.
Right. Good thing he's got a book on steam power and chemistry in there, just hanging out. Oh, and some
Yeah,
martial
what
arts.
a, right, what a
DHP martial
coincidence.
arts.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly,
Oh no, that's
right?
the Fangoria magazine. There you go.
Right, that's a Fangoria.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, what a coincidence. He's got all the right books.
Yeah,
He's
who
gonna-
knew that Ash was, educating himself for, when it would be needed.
Exactly, right? Here they are. Basically, here's our, a third montage, at least in this movie.
This is a great scene.
Now let's try to get to the best parts of this movie as fast as we can because we're quickly approaching midnight Eastern.
Yeah, 2 hours, 46 minutes.
And here's where
We're
chemistry
not doing too bad,
comes
though,
into play.
considered to the last stream.
Well, if you listen to this stream after it's live, and I mean the live numbers will probably drop at midnight Eastern because you're talking 51% of Americans. But hopefully people will tune back in because this is a really great, loving, comprehensive look at this movie.
Yeah, I hope everybody enjoys it.
It's been great so far.
I've re-listened to the last couple a few times. I've gotten a lot of insights out of it.
Oh, yeah. Pop always does great research.
Definitely.
Oh, this is great. I love the Scottish guys. They're
I
playing
know, isn't it great?
playing the bagpipes. Oh, yeah, I remember that. That cracked the head. Oh, I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah,
every
we're
time I
we're
saw that.
sorry we can't compress time and do a 40-minute great talk about
We
this
could always
movie.
do a highlight. Pop could
This
always do
movie-
Or
highlights,
we could
I
just
guess.
like stop talking about it and just carry on and stop
Yeah,
apologizing
I
for it and
agree.
just move
I
forward.
agree.
Nemesis was
Bob.
right.
And there we go, the
That's good
drummer.
too, playing the skulls.
Yeah, see, it looks great. All these extras, they got them to look like skeletons, so I love it. They even see the way they're moving it. It's the herky jerky movement. It's like fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good.
Great attention to detail. And then, of course, the foreground in front of the camera are puppets.
Yep.
Battle stations. Get those locked up, mister.
Hey, is
On the
that a-
double.
Is that a TOS reference there?
Which one?
Battle stations. Battle stations.
I don't know. That phrase goes way back.
They never say that in Star Trek.
I think they did.
Ready the
I don't know. I
catapults.
think
By
it's an
God,
old
let's give them
naval
what.
term, to be honest.
I think they just say battle
It
stations
is.
once
Well,
or twice.
they use it in a lot of Navy movies. They use it in a lot of the swashbuckling pirate movies. Ready the catapults. By God, let's give them what for.
What a great line.
And they raise the drawbridge. And halt, company, halt. Here we go. Oops.
These guys listen really well since they have no ears.
Oh, I know that. And for some, they're able to talk too without any vocal cords, but oh well.
Mm.
Well, that guy just exhausted a huge breath. He's just like, and has no lungs. So, I mean,
Right.
I know
With a grain of
it's a
salt.
fantasy. I know it's a fantasy. I'm just making a silly joke.
Oh, of course. For sure. The
But
skeletons
it's
are the
great
best
because
part
these are a
the
lot of
movie.
old. Right, these are a lot of old soldiers that died in battle, so you can really see their battle wounds.
It's very cool. Different helmets and stuff too, right? It's like great
is, a lot of
attention to
detail.
detail. Yeah,
And they look different. They don't. It's not like a bunch of photocopies.
right. Exactly.
Except there, you can see the actor's eyes. Oh well, I shouldn't have stopped on that frame, right?
Oh well, nothing's absolutely perfect.
Right. And they don't expect you to be looking that way. You're supposed to be looking towards the center of the camera.
It probably only went by in a split second. You wouldn't even notice it anyway.
I never noticed it until just now, only because I happened to stop on that frame.
Mm.
Bill, we have been on air for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yes, and we're at 1 hour and 5 minutes of the movie, and the movie's 1 hour and 36 minutes, so we have about 30 minutes left. I'll try to cover as quick as we can.
That translates into about 45 minutes So, you know what? People who want to hear everything about this beautiful movie described by someone who loves it, they're gonna get what they want.
Well, appreciate that.
Anyway,
No, you know
Pop.
what? I appreciate just being able to be here and learn at your, and learn from you. I mean, this is an amazing movie breakdown, and I'm gonna be doing stuff like this in the future. And without you, where would I be?
Oh, well, thank you. So
And
here's where Evil Ash says, I shall rule and you shall be my queen. And of course, her being converted to the Evil Dead, she's all very willing. And here's where he's getting recon instructions from his soldiers. Fine, fine, fine. Where are they keeping my book? It's great. Bruce Campbell even does a good job playing the Deadite in here. So they assume the book is up in that tower. I will not allow anything to keep me from possessing that Necronomicon. Forward. So here we go. Cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. We've all heard that. There we go.
that goes back to the
Shakespeare.
15th century, by the way, when you
Shakespeare.
crying havoc meant no quarter in the Middle Ages.
Cool. So here's the
Yeah,
storm
so
of the castle
it's
and death.
appropriate to the period of the movie. I mean, that shows that these guys were literate. They were well-read guys.
Yep. And so here's where they storm the castle and they're getting their bows ready.
Torch
and they're
Boy.
lighting them.
Is that like Bat Boy?
Yeah, I know, right?
That's funny.
Got all the torches ready. Got the fuses lit.
Just don't wait too long.
That's what they were worried about, right? Is because those fuses are getting shorter and
I
shorter.
remember some of the looks. They were like, "Oh crap!"
And he's saying, "Wait, wait."
And they're going, "Come on,
and
come on,
fire.
Come on."
And of course, not only are they lit on fire, but they're also explosive.
Nice.
So the chemistry came in handy.
That's right, showing that gunpowder they were showing out earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah, who knew Ash was so talented? Eh?
Oh, thank God for character immunity.
You know, this kind of excuse me. This kind of reminds me. It kind of reminds me of Sam Raimi's Oz movie because it's kind of the same thing. He had a reluctant hero who banded together the villagers, taught them advanced technology and how to fight the witches.
Oh, brutal.
Nice.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's nice.
you
That's
know,
nice.
Can I just say that was a very enjoyable movie? It didn't hold up to scrutiny, but I liked it. When I walked out of the theater, I was happy.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. And here they are.
I thoroughly enjoy the skeleton that goes running by where they're like, retreat, retreat. And the other guy's just like, ah! And goes like right by in front of the screen.
I think he said something like, "We've got to get out of here."
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
The skeletons
Let's
are
get the hell out of
hilarious.
here. That's it.
I mean, how many guys could get comedy out of skeletons? I mean, let's face it, that's pretty brilliant.
There it is. Let's get the hell out of here.
That guy right there. So,
That's great.
Yeah. Amazing.
When it comes right down to it, aren't we all just skeletons?
Eventually.
Pretty much. Yeah, meat-covered skeletons.
Eventually.
And here they let loose the catapults. And we get our explosions and our battle scene.
Yeah.
And our jumping board.
Good battle stuff coming up here.
And Evil Ash is not happy with his soldiers. Oh, you miserable bag of bones. Pick yourselves up and sally forth.
I love how his jaw kept dropping off too. It's like Campbell was really selling that bit.
The broken jaw.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
And he's trying to say sally forth.
Yeah.
There it is. You probably get that out. There we go.
It was really good.
Well, I like the fact that he's got a rope tying it up to his head so it doesn't fall off.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
And here's where the skeletons continue. Come on, you miserable hotheads. Still making jokes. And here we're tossing the rocks down. And
Ouch.
we are sustaining casualties, unfortunately.
There's some nice stop motion here when they're crossing the drawbridge or whatever.
Oh yeah, definitely. South flank to the western wall now. I'm trying to see if I can go back and catch that scene there. They've been broken through. The castle is ours. There's a stop motion scene you're talking about.
Yeah, there's some good.
Right, so that's a mixture of stop motion and live actors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's very Harryhausen for sure.
Yes.
it's very well done.
Right. Like obviously the two skeletons on the right are stop motion,
Hmm.
and the guy with the sword is actually an actor.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of like something like Jason the Argonauts or something there. You know?
Exactly what it's from, right? Exactly. Here they are,
Sorry to
they've
hear your
invaded
power's
the
been out,
castle.
Bill.
We lost power.
Bill's power has been out for 2 hours. My apologies, guys. Sorry to
Ooh.
interrupt.
Yeah, Bill, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry I haven't been able to get to the chat. I apologize, everybody.
On behalf of everyone listening, I just would like to say we all wish it was Admiral Teague who lost his internet.
Okay, so here's where they storm the castle,
Ouch.
and it shows they do mean business.
I like how Ash has
Okay.
trained them here, though, where they're like in formation when they take on the first wave of skeletons and wipe them out.
Yes, yes, you're right about that. Yes, kind of how the English fought during the American-British War.
Yeah, it's interesting how fighting techniques, so to speak, evolved over the centuries. Yes, definitely.
Yep. Protect the book. Obviously, they want to protect the book. Up the ladder, lads, to the safety of the parapets.
This
And
I
here,
love.
right here we are. Got to have that Oldsmobile again, the good old classic here, all modified. Nice steam engine car. I wish I knew what they
Easily
did
the
with
best
prop.
version of that.
Right, it definitely is. Look at that.
Did they had a name for this, didn't they? What was it? Oh, I can't remember.
For the car,
Yeah, I thought Ash called it something, but I can't remember.
they just called it the classic.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember it ever having a name in this movie.
Well, they
Okay.
never in these three movies, they never give it a name. But in Evil Dead the series, he called it finally the classic.
Okay.
And in the books that I read,
Okay.
they always called it the classic while they were on set. But yeah,
I
in the
just
series
love.
Ash vs. Evil Dead, he refers to it as the classic.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was called something, yeah. But I just love how crazy this bloody design is. It's like I don't know, what would you call that? It's like part wood, it's part steel. I love that big revolving like helicopter blade spinning right at the front that, wipes everything out in front of it. It's amazing. It's
It's
great.
steampunk. That's
Yes,
what I'd call it.
total
Yeah.
steampunk. Yeah.
That's
Genius.
yeah, I agree. I agree. Yep. Even got the steam whistle.
And the reactions of the skeletons is hilarious too, of course.
Of course, they call it a cart.
Isn't it kind of amazing that you could get these skeletons to truly react? Because the reacts are believable.
Right. Well, they're puppets. And here we can get an actor who actually interacts with the blade, which
Nice.
was a good shot. That was a good shot there. And of course, Ash is just raising hell.
Yeah, it's great. I just love that bloody propeller, this slicing everything to bits. That's so good.
And this is where Ash notices that Sheila's been taken by the. I guess you can say that he's realizes she's now a deadite. And evil Ash says, "Now I will have that book. Storm the walls." And the battle continues, but it seems to be the townspeople are losing. And here we are with Arthur up on the parapet, trying to fend off people coming up the ladder. A blue screen shot, but a good one. And oh, unfortunately, there goes our classic car. Once again, of course, that car is treated so badly. Got to have the Raimi
And
cam.
did we show why we lost the car? It's because it blew up. It's because she popped down in front and did like an illusion spell and made it look like she was normal.
Well, and not only that, the car was upside down, so they hit something that made it flip.
Well, he swerved really hard, and I think it was the blades that he hit. Anyways, he hit something, and that's why. And then she turned back into the zombie, and as you said, with the Ramacam with the spear there.
Right.
Oh, I'm looking here at some videos people have put together. They called it the battle car. Whether that's correct or not, I don't know.
Oh, interesting. I hadn't heard that term. Maybe that's the term that fans came up with.
Yeah, I'm thinking it probably was. But I thought it was an interesting name. Battle car sounds as good as anything, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
At least in this case.
I just want to say Mbeth is really going wild here.
Right. And this is, of course, an hilarious scene here. We just simply tosses it or breaks it over his knee. He's basically tossing the skeleton from left to right. And we throw the skeleton off the side of the parapet. And Evil Ash has made it to the top. And of course, we have Evil Ash at the top and Ash working his way up to the top. Inevitably, as we all pretty much figured by this point, there's going to be you got to have that one battle between the two of them.
Yep.
And of course, she's still screwed up and treating him like shit. It's very
MCU at this point.
If the MCU was good.
I was just talking about how she's being totally mean to him.
Oh, gotcha. Anything Disney then?
Oh, yeah, this is a great line coming up, isn't it?
Oh, yes, you found me beautiful once. Here she is mocking him like they did in the first movies. And of course...
Look out. Beautiful. Yeah, an amazing line.
Right, honey, you got real ugly.
I wonder how many guys saw that in the theater and went, yes.
Right.
She's ugly to me now is a common saying among the male species.
There we are. So Evil Ash has located the book.
Oh, gosh.
Of course, as we know, that spear is not going to stop a dead person or a deadite.
You want to play rough.
Never stray from deadite. It's just too funny. Good thing he had that glove on.
Yeah.
All right. And we're in the heat of our battle. Just a second, guys. All right, here we are. And our battle proceeds. And as we all know from watching Star Wars, it's always better to have the high ground.
Of course.
He calls him a backstabber because he stabbed him in the back.
Impeccable shot with a throwing dagger.
these slideshows where you go 5-6 frames at a time gives a great idea of what's going on in the movie.
I had to be careful because I was doing this on the Gilligan's Island stream and I got a copyright warning.
Did you really?
Yeah, on slides.
But isn't that Paramount? Because when I work for them, they
That's
always
CBS. Gilligan's Island is CBS. I got the threat. I got the warning from the CBS.
But
And this would be
isn't the CBS
Universal.
people. Yeah, it's not the same CBS people who owned it. I'm gonna have to keep in mind who they are when I do my streams. Thanks for the warning.
No problem. It's hard. None of us have really put our finger on what it takes to get a warning, but a lot of it seems to be if the clips are too long, or if you're showing too much in a sequence, I guess. So that's why I made sure I keep stopping, and I also talk over it, and I have no volume, so I'm trying to do everything right, hopefully.
Maybe like just go every 15 seconds, like maybe 4 frames per minute.
Well, Bird of Prey
cover it.
does every 10 seconds, and he's never gotten a warning. So I've been
So-
at 5 seconds now, and we've been okay so far.
The thing is, you're far more comprehensive, and the love you have for the material comes through much stronger. So don't change.
Oh, thank you.
You know what? It's always the most pleasant stream to listen to.
Here's where we have Ash. Ooh, I want to try to catch that one. So he's got the evil Ash pretty much burned down to a skeleton now. Gotta do this without getting a copyright strike. I gotta have that.
That's good.
Right.
I love that. Now that was
Well,
obviously a practical effect on some kind of pivot or something, right?
It
Yeah,
takes a
definitely a
little
puppet.
longer,
Just a
but
repeating loop. I think it turns around once, and then it's just on a repeating loop.
it takes a little longer, but
Probably
we give
so.
you
You probably
the
yeah.
essence of why we love this movie here.
That would make sense. So Ash falls off the wall, lands on the ground, and evil Ash, the skeleton up there, jumps from the top. We'll see here in a second.
Yeah.
And lands on the bag on the catapult.
Perfect.
I've crushed your pathetic army, he says. I'll have my vengeance. The red. Duke Henry and his men have come. So it looks like there's the Han Solo moment from Henry the Red.
So Duke Henry rides
King
in the
and
cavalry.
At the last minute, just when they need him.
I like Duke Henry. I thought he was a really cool character.
He was.
Agreed. It's lucky that Ash let him go. Otherwise, who knows? It probably wouldn't have come to their aid, and they would have all died.
But he was like kind of with Ash's side from the start, wasn't he? Pretty much.
Well, they were captured together at the beginning of the movie, but then he was released.
He hated the king, so he sided with Ash. Yeah,
correct. Onward, valiant cousins. Their ranks are broke. That's a great set.
valiant
Bloody
cousins.
hell.
That's a good line.
You spoiled my plan for conquest, and now you're going to die. Buckle up, bonehead, because you're going for a ride. And Ash has got the sword. Ooh. There we go. And Ash cuts the rope holding the catapult in place. I can show this without a strike, of course. He cuts the arm off first. That's right. He cuts off the arm, which releases the book. And then with the second swing, he cuts the rope. And you got to have your little humorous moment there where he blows his lid, right?
So good.
Now, remember, he's on a bag of gunpowder.
Yeah.
So we got to have that, right? Victory's ours, of course, as the sun's coming up.
And, of course, she's beautiful again.
Right. With the evil dispelled, she's now back to being Sheila. Here we are at the aftermath of the battle. Sorry to skip through this, guys. And it looks like everybody's happy. Hugs and kisses. You had us going, my lady. Arthur well won, my friend. Yes. We're brothers, and a new kingdom shall be born. So now he's
so the birth of the United Kingdom.
right. He united those two kingdoms. So yeah, it's the United Kingdom. And here's where he's finally getting the spell put together here to return him to the future. The book tells us that each drop allows a man to sleep for a century. Now, remember, guys, this is what I'm going to cover. This is the director's cut. This is the ending we did not see at the theaters.
Oh, this
so
is the
here we
sad
go.
ending.
Yeah,
yes.
this is that ending.
Oh.
Right. Well, Sam Raimi was hoping to have another movie take place in the future, but since this didn't make the money that Universal wanted, that sequel sadly never came.
Damn, that could have been great if they'd done a future movie with Ash.
Yeah, exactly. Follow 6 drops, thou shalt awaken in thine own time. There we go with the potion. How Ash, once again, he never learned his lesson. He should have paid attention. And here's where he's saying his goodbye to Sheila. And is right into this. Well, it's usually the sunset, but the sunset is back in this case. And here we are back to Vasquez Rocks. And that, by the way, everybody, I don't think if you noticed or not, but some of the videos I have on my channel are famous Hollywood filming locations. And one of them, I have a video, is a Bronson Cave, which is where this is shot. This is also the same cave that was used for the Batmobile and Invasion of the Body Snatchers and many, many, many other movies and TV shows. There it is.
Wow.
The same cave that was the Bat Cave.
Well, that wasn't the same cave that was used in the 1957 Zorro series, was it?
I haven't seen the episodes, but it's very likely because Hollywood used it all the time.
Zorro had his hidden cave under his house, right, where he would keep his horse, so he could go out on his secret missions.
I'd have to see it again. This is the back of the cave. And on my video, if you watch it, the cave has actually got 2 sides to it. There's a front and a rear. And this is showing the rear of the cave. Unfortunately, the bad news is they have the cave closed off to the public. They have it fenced off, which is sad. So I couldn't get inside. I can only film the outside.
Probably due to safety reasons or something, I would think.
Or I'm thinking vandalism because people are probably going to go in there and start. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Here he is where he seals the entrance to the cave. And he decides now's the time to drink the potion. Of course, Ash doesn't really remember how many drops he's supposed to use.
Oh my.
And he sleeps.
He uses one too many.
And we have our montage of time.
Right.
Right. And we have our montage of time passing and seasons. And here's where he's covered with cobwebs.
Oh, wow. I've never seen that ending, actually. Is that on YouTube or anything, that ending?
Well, it won't be on YouTube unless you pay for it. I don't know if YouTube has it offered, but there's 2 or 3 different versions of Army of Darkness, and look for the director cut.
Oh, okay. So it's on DVD or something then?
Yes, it's definitely DVD and Blu-ray, and it's under the director's cut. You want the director's, not the theatrical.
Okay, because I just have the original DVDs that came out years ago, so that wouldn't be on there.
Gotcha. So here's where he comes out of the cave, and he sees plastics, manufactured products. So he's happy at first because he realizes he's back into the future. But then here's where he gets the reveal. I get through this without a copyright strike if I can. And there it is.
You know what?
Yeah.
To give us a little more time to transform this, can I just say it's such an honor to be here listening to you unspool this great movie for me, because I've never had the kind of perspective I've had in it before, and I've seen this movie like 8 times.
Well, thank you.
So, you know what? Thank you.
And that's where we go to darkness and then obviously credits. Now, bear with me, guys, here because, of course, what thorough review is this without the theatrical ending?
Oh, right on.
And this,
Yeah,
I was at the
theatrical
movie.
ending was much happier. I think
That's
it would
exactly
have
what
been.
Universal wanted. They wanted a happier ending, right?
I
And
would have
that's what they
really loved to
demanded.
have seen that dark ending if they'd done the fourth film, because the fourth film could have been awesome.
There we go.
We
So
may
here we
we
have the theatrical version here. So we have the end of the battle. Everybody's celebrating. And he just cuts to the scene where he says, I recite the words. He doesn't mention, notice he doesn't mention, it's shot differently. He gives him the potion, says the goodbyes to her just like he did. Instead, this time, watch this, as we fade out, we fade into the blue light special. So that's where the difference is. This is the theatrical release that most
So
people
he
have seen.
doesn't even drink the drops in this one.
now
No.
Right.
Pop,
Well, right. They don't show him drinking the drops. Right.
Right.
What's
Pop,
that?
do you want to tell people what the blue
They
light
don't show it.
special is? Because we're taking it for granted
A
because
reference.
we're all above a certain age, but a lot of people might not
Right.
know.
That's a reference to Kmart. If anybody remembers the old Kmart
Well,
franchise.
wasn't it?
And what would happen was randomly while you were in Kmart, there would just be a blue light over everything, but one would go on, and that section was on sale. So it was kind of a powerful statement at its time that we can't make you see because you weren't there unless you were.
Wasn't the
Right.
whole
Well,
S
basically,
Smart thing a tribute to Kmart?
Oh,
well, here's what's
absolutely.
interesting is right.
I'd say.
That's smart. Right. It's a reference to Kmart, but then after the movie came out, they received a warning. There's an actual S Mart store that gave them a warning.
Oh, really?
So yeah. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you know
hilarious.
what? I mean, for every
Truth
letter
is
of the
stranger than
alphabet,
fiction.
intellectual property law is really, really weird. I studied it. I mean, for every letter of the alphabet, there's gonna be someone out there. They chose the least offensive letter, and I'm sure that they prevailed. I mean,
Oh,
all they spent was legal fees, and
well, they
movie
weren't actually
studios.
right. They weren't actually
I
sued.
was
They were just given a warning.
Here's the thing: movie studios have really good lawyers on retainer who
Oh
have to
yeah.
work whether there's a case or not. So I think they would have torn into this like, "Fuck you, leave our movie alone." Smart, fuck yourselves.
So here's where we have Ash. Basically, fade. They don't show him taking the drinks, the drops. So instead, we've assumed that he's taken the drops, and it just instead of showing the process of him returning to the future, it just, as you guys all saw, it fades into this scene here where he's in S Smart and he's telling his fellow coworkers, basically showing off, bragging, and telling them the story of what happened.
And his fellow coworkers are all probably thinking he's nuts at this point, but
Well, yeah, it's Ted Raimi's face right there tells it all. They've
that's
probably heard it
great.
100 times.
Yeah.
Right, they've heard it 100 times. They probably don't even believe it. Right, obviously they don't believe it because it's incredible.
Well, he's a braggart, right? So they probably have
Yes,
heard his stories too many times. So
exactly right. So I
Don't
swallowed the
you think
juice
it's
and
just
said the
because
words.
they? I'm sorry, Pop. Don't you think it's just because they hate him because he's their manager? Because everyone dislikes their boss.
Well, I don't know if they necessarily hate him, but I'm sure they're tired of hearing the same stories over and over.
I love my boss. I
But
have an awesome boss.
I thought it was just a boss thing because this is
It's
not a
not a
great
boss thing
job.
in my life. My
Yeah,
boss
but you
is
don't.
great.
Do you want to work at S-Mart?
I never worked at S Smart, but I had a cousin that actually worked at Kmart many years ago.
so here's where, of course, and you can tell the way he's saying this. You can tell that he's said it many, many, many times. So he's almost tired of saying it, but gotta brag somewhere. Did you say the words right this time? Of course, they ask him, did you say the words right this time? Well, maybe I didn't say every single tiny little syllable.
Oh no.
Of course, this is Ash we're talking about.
Of course. This is a great. Oh, that's nice. You can leave that still on a while if you want, Pop.
Bridget, and there's Bridget Fonda playing Linda.
She's quite cute. And she's a redhead. Damn.
And here's where we found out that everything goes dark and we get a blast of air. Something's wrong.
Yep.
Maybe he should have said all the words. He pushes her aside. Look at that. Did you see that? Watch this.
But by the way, how little money and how much creativity went into blowing their hair back and making us feel this feeling.
Right, just a fan, but it really gives it the impact. But pay attention to how he pushes her aside. There's the deadite. There we go. See? So who knows what she hit or landed on, right? In a hardware store. So all this is this shot. Everything you see here is because Universal was not happy with the original ending. So they had to go back almost a year later to shoot this scene. Yeah. Bruce Campbell said Universal even sat on it for a year before it was even released.
Are you saying that
Universal did not know what to do with it?
Are you saying that Raimi finished this more or less under protest?
I don't think he protested. I don't think he had a problem with it. I mean, he was paid.
So he was cool with the new ending. This is not a subversive. We're not getting slapped in the face here. He was okay with it.
Well, he would have preferred his ending, but he's willing to accept this.
Well, I guess Raimi was a professional. He just rolled with the punches, right?
So what we're saying is this ending is just good enough, and it's not a big deal, and we can enjoy the graphic novels or the script.
Well, I have a feeling, but this is my speculation and my personal opinion only, but I would have to say is that at least Raimi, we know that he reshot this ending, and this is all Sam Raimi here. Unlike that horrible, wretched Doctor Strange movie. I don't think Sam Raimi had anything to do with the reshoot.
Are you telling me that Multitude of Madness wasn't a fantastic blockbuster?
80% of that movie was reshot with Sam Raimi not even there anymore.
I don't even need Nemesis of Eden to tell me to shut up. You're so right.
Yeah, can we just finish the film?
Almost there. Here we go. So Linda's in danger because the Deadite is about ready to smash her with a cash register. Uh-oh. Someone's not going to have any of that. And there we go. Lady, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave the store.
Well, there's so many great lines in this film. Oh,
I know, God. Right? With a shotgun in hand.
It's perfect. God. And the American flag behind him, too.
Right, you got to have the flag, right? Got to have the flag. Red, white, and blue.
It's priceless, man.
And, of course, the Deadite says, who the hell are you? The name's Ash. Housewares.
Housewares.
Like that means something.
God, this is good.
That's what he's the manager of at S-Mart. He's the manager of Housewares.
Tell you the truth, I kind of like this ending better than the dark one. It's more fun. It's so crazy. It's hilarious.
It is more fun, I guess.
It's more Ash in a way, too, really.
Can I just say the best thing about this ending is it got us more?
Well, yeah, at least this led into the TV series, right?
Right.
The point is, like, we would have liked a more Sam Raimi ending, but like Keith Richards said in his book Life, I had to make certain concessions to the audience to provide them with a show that they would want to come back to.
We all do.
Yeah, you gotta give them what they want.
Keep them wanting
more.
So
here's where the Deadite says, I'll swallow your soul. Of course, he's not done yet. And lucky thing that trampoline happened to be right there.
And we're more than an hour and 40 minutes shorter than our shortest Evil Dead Army of Darkness stream yet.
Like 3 hours and a half now.
I'd like
we're doing better than last time.
We're doing okay.
I'd like to delay the stream by saying that we learned and respected one another's opinions.
Right, and I feel bad even with my I feel bad my delays with my stupid delivery order, but yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking with me here.
Well, there's a lesson to be learned. Never order delivery during a live stream.
Well, I'm just here because I want to learn from Pop.
We could all learn.
So here's where we get our crowd pleasing moment of the reveal. He's been wearing those
Yay!
right. He's been wearing those clothes the whole time, just in case. You never know, right?
That's awesome. But did he have them like? He must have like had them dry cleaned or something. Oh yeah, he's got the holster. That's so
Of
good.
course he does. Very confident.
Oh God.
Ready
everybody's
to
looking-
go.
Right.
He's ready
Everybody's
to
looking at him
go.
like, wow, you're right. You are the hero. And of course, you got the damsel in distress in his arms. But in my own way, I am king.
And he's still got the metal hand too. Give me some
Hail
sugar,
to the
baby.
king,
Does he say
baby,
that?
right.
No.
Hail to the king,
Hail to the
baby.
king. Right.
Right.
Oh God, it's perfection.
Nemesis, I want to know what
Does
you
it get
think
any
about
better
it.
than that?
Oh,
Nemesis,
no, it doesn't.
Nemesis, I want to know what you think of this moment.
It's a moment.
And another thing I want to explain too is when I went to see that, like I told you guys, the premiere of Bubba Hotep, I took a friend of mine. We were driving to LA, and I told my friend, I said, now he's playing Elvis, so he better say, "Don't fuck with the king" in the movie. He better say that, and he did. He did. Oh my God! And so
Oh really?
when you watch Bubba Hotep, right when the scarab
I have not
attacks
seen
him,
that film
he
yet.
says, "Don't
No.
fuck with the king," and the whole audience stood up and applauded and cheered.
Pop culture, may I ask you a question so we can clear things up for the audience? Was he
Sure.
told to play Elvis, or was that a Bruce Campbell decision?
No, that was the role. It was Bubba Hotep's where he plays Elvis. Have you seen the movie?
No, I thought you were applying it to this particular movie because there are certain Elvis traits to Ash.
Oh,
I'm just wondering.
it is, and he. Go ahead.
Ivan Raimi, that's his brother, I assume. How much input did he have on the series?
Ivan Raimi helped write all the movies.
Really? Oh, that's great.
And also cleared them for legal intellectual law because he's totally
Well, he was a key-
qualified.
He was a key part of this series then. I
Definitely.
never
And Robert
realized that.
Tapert was the producer through all three movies. He ended up marrying. You guys know he's married to, right? The guy who plays Xena, Warrior Princess.
Is
her
that,
name?
I did not think she liked guys.
Lucy Lawless. Lucy Lawless.
Lucy
that's it.
Lawless.
Lucy Lawless. Wow.
You know what? By
Right.
the way, Lucy Lawless
That's
at
how-
30 would beat up Cara Dune at 30. She's a lot taller.
Very unlikely. She's extreme heavy chain smoker, so I doubt she can do much.
Well, I mean,
Her and Robert Tapert were extreme chain smokers. That's how the
So
two
you're
bonded
saying,
on the
like,
set of. That's how the two bonded on the set of Hercules and
they
Xena.
bonded on smoke breaks outside
Yes.
the door of the studio. You know what's
At the
funny
set
about
of
that?
Hercules and yeah.
When you're young, and it will come back to haunt you, so we're not like endorsing this, but when you're young, if you smoke a lot of cigarettes, it'll speed up your system and you'll be whip thin.
Right. Let's just say you'll get older before your time.
I think you're thinner usually when you're younger anyway.
Now, listen, I'm gonna call it. We're done with talking about the movie at this point, but
Pretty much.
would
Wow, we
anyone-
could talk
would it-
about a lot
would
of stuff.
anyone like a little bit of a round table where we talk about why we love the movie and what makes it an important movie?
I'll go with that.
All right, so
If I'm allowed to get a word in edgewise.
you go. You know what? The way you said that makes me think that you should have the last word.
I will go with the last
So
word.
I'm
I really
gonna
don't
go.
have to go
I'm
first.
going to go in clockwise order. Pop Culture Curator, you have brought us an amazing, respectful, and very comprehensive view of this movie that means a lot to you. When did it begin to mean a lot to you?
When I saw the first one, I guess, and then I eagerly anticipated the second one, and then the third, and then I thought my life could not go on because I could never see another Evil Dead, and I was so excited when the TV series came out.
Yeah.
Because we had to have closure to that character. I mean, we demanded, especially after that horrible 2013 remake.
Yeah, it was nice to see the TV series. I've got the first
Well,
DVDs here, actually, but I've only watched about the first 5. I need to watch the rest of season.
Oh, yeah. I recommend the first 2 seasons. Excellent. The second one, the third season, the highlight was Lee Majors as Ash's dad. But unfortunately, Lucy Lawless was the star of the third season, and that's why I'm not a fan of it.
That's kind of crazy. Like, why would they take
You know what?
somebody as great as Bruce Campbell and
wait, hold
not
on.
have him the
PvP,
major
hold
guy
on.
in season 3?
Yeah, he was in pretty
PvP.
much cameos by the time they got to the third season.
Well, that sucks. Like,
It
Pop,
did. It did.
I want to know what happened that made you a non-fan of Lucy Lawless.
A non-fan. Well, I never watched Hercules and Xena, so I was never familiar with the character. What I don't like
Wasn't
is
a
how her
very
character-
well done show, but it wasn't like a horror.
Right, but when it comes to my opinion, I just didn't like her taking over the Ash versus Evil Dead show. Because she was married to Robert Tapert, her role got bigger and bigger to where pretty much she had more screen time than Bruce Campbell by the time we got to the third season, and that's what I didn't like. No offense against her personally,
Yeah, but you know what?
but that it was.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying I don't think it was right. It was not like Evil Dead. I can't remember the name of the character, but in Evil Dead the series, he was followed by a man and a woman. Pablo, and I can't remember the woman's name.
But I can't remember their names either.
The woman was really cute, good looking. Anyway,
Listen,
by the third season, that woman, whoever that woman was, teamed up with Lucy Lawless, and the series was following those two. And every now and then it would cut back to Ash, and it was just it was horrible. It was like a video game.
I have to agree because after episode 3, Ash kind of faded away. And I want to thank you, Pop, for letting me be on this stream. And I want to thank you for teaching. You know what? Thank you for letting me learn about this movie from you and learn about how to present a movie from you, because I value that. And if you have any more, and to cede it to me to run the roundtable, it's an honor. But I think that a lot of times the person who presents the movie doesn't get a chance to express their thoughts because no one asks them, kind of questions. So could I ask you one or two more questions about the movie before I move on to Nemesis of Eden?
Sure.
All right. What's your favorite aspect of this film?
Ingenuity would be the word I would say. Originality and ingenuity. It's not like any other movie. They stand alone by themselves.
It's, you know what? It's not like any other movie, is it?
Not in my opinion, no.
Now, if you could just, we're not going to marry you to this. There's no consequence for changing your mind. But off the top of your head right now, after discussing the movie, high point.
High point what? High point in the movie?
Yeah, because I don't.
It's like I would have to say it's hard to pinpoint. It's like a roller coaster. You just got off the best roller coaster ride in your life, and somebody says, "What's the high point?" And it's like, there's so many I can't remember.
My God, yes, it is so much better than Space Mountain. You know what the high point is to me? Multiple small Ashes going after Ash Prime.
Ash Prime?
Well, the largest and most dominant of the Ashes. Like when they all break up into little Ashes and they're all going after, I guess, original Ash. I don't know how to describe that. I mean, you're the expert on this movie.
I would just say Big Ash. I would say Big Ash. I would just say Big Ash, Little Ashes.
But is Big Ash not the
what did you think?
who? Yeah, Nemesis, tell us the Ashes versus Ash scene. Is it primary Ash?
No. I was asking. No, I was asking Nemesis. What do you think about the movie?
Oh, go ahead.
Hello, Nemesis.
I mean, personally, sorry, Pop. I was just making sure I could talk. The movie's great. It's been with me since childhood. It's fantastic, and I think that's what's allowed a lot of people of like my generation and so forth to get into it, because it's not super gory. It's not over the top. There's no sex. There's no tits. There's no tree rape. There's nothing like that. It's silly. There's skeletons. There's people. They're screaming. They're running around. All of them have personalities. There's comedy. There's humor. It's really enjoyable. And like as dark as it can be, it's really lighthearted too. It's tongue in cheek. Like there's a lot of good things to say about this movie.
Yeah, you know what? That's so true. Like it does cover both sides of everything. Go ahead.
Okay, and there's also like down. I forgot. Jesus. Um,
I'm very sorry. I thought you
No
had
problem.
concluded your thought.
That's
it's
okay.
done now.
There's no hurry, Nemesis. No problem. You haven't had a chance to talk very much, so you got the spotlight. And if you don't remember,
There's
then you can remember while we're talking. Here I am interrupting you. Go ahead.
It's all good, Pop. You're the leader of the channel. Anyone I accepted, it's from you. Um, there's been there's certain downsides to it, as you could say. Like it is like well, it is Evil Dead. It's not Evil Dead, really. Like you look at the first Evil Dead, it's like we said, it's a transgression or not transgression. It's a fusion or
Morphing
I don't know. There we go. Thank you. A metamorphosis
or
from
evolving or
horror
evolution,
to
right?
I'd call it a
yeah,
transition. The
and it's
first
great
film
because
was
it's
pure horror. The second film blended comedy and horror. The third film was a lot of comedy, but it also had a lot of fantasy and a little bit of horror. That's
yes.
my feelings anyway.
Well, let's hear from Nemesis.
Well, sorry for talking.
No, it's actually Nemesis has been telling us.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, no, it's great. Like I highly recommend this to a lot of people. Definitely like there's so many good things from the cinematography to just like the we were talking about with the Ray Harryhausen with the special effects. Like there's a lot of love, a lot of feel to the movie. Like we've gone on and on about Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi. Like there's not much more to be said really. Like it's thoroughly enjoyable and I would recommend it.
Can
Very
I
cool.
just can
Hold
I
on,
throw
Admiral.
a
Hold on,
question?
Admiral.
Okay, no
Admiral, hold
problem.
on. It's PvP's turn. Go ahead, PvP. What would you say?
Well, I just want to say basically, I would agree with everything that Nemesis just said. I mean, it's a brilliant film. It's one of a kind. It's got everything you could want in a horror, comedy, fantasy film. I personally have no high points in this film because I think the whole damn film is a high point from beginning to
Right.
end. I love the whole damn thing. I can't think of one scene in it that I don't like. It's just a very strong, imaginative, intelligent, well-made film from beginning to end. And I love Raimi's direction. I love the cast. I mean, Bruce Campbell, of course, is brilliant, standout as he always is. But I think the rest of the cast is damn fine too. They all deserve a round of applause as far as I'm concerned. And the special effects, the practical effects, the the stop motion. It's all like brilliant. I mean, what can you say? How can you praise this film too highly? I give it a 10 out of 10.
I
It was
totally
my
agree.
introduction to the series. I went back, I watched the first two, but this is my favorite film of the three, I have to say. As much as I think the first film is a really solid, gut punching horror film, and the second one I like the second one a lot more because it has a bigger budget, it has some better scenes, it's got, you know, some great, sequences, and Bruce is coming into his own as a character with Ash at that point. I love the second film too, but to me, being the introduction, this is my favorite film of the three. But one thing I just want to say, make a point before I finish here. I love the character of Ash as he evolves. In the first film, he's kind of a wimpy character in the background. He's not really doing a whole lot. I mean, there's a lot of other characters in the first film, right, that sort of seem to be more in the forefront.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the first movie. You really wouldn't guess that he'd be the one that's surfacing to the top
You wouldn't think of
the
him as a
first time you see
hero,
it.
right?
Exactly.
He was not heroic. He was like a little, kind of a nice, likable guy, but he's kind of in the background. And then by the second movie, when he's kind of forced into taking on a more forceful role, you know, He's got to chop his hand off and, go through all the crap he goes through, right? And it's like this guy is finally like getting a backbone here, and he's got to like stand up if he wants to live, right? I can relate to that. And and the ending is brilliant when he gets sucked into the vortex. You know there's going to be a third film at that point, right? And then in the third film, he goes from a selfish, narcissistic, bastard, basically, for most of the film. And by the end of it, he realizes he's screwed up, and he has to then, he's like, I got to change my ways. I got to help these people that have helped me. These people have basically given me a refuge. I owe them something. So he stands up. He does what's right. He becomes actually a heroic character. I mean, it's the hero's journey, right?
The character arc, right?
Yeah, and it's brilliant, and I mean, all three films I love, but for me, this one's always going to be my favorite, and that's pretty much what I have, to say.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah, I think a lot of it is a tribute to the pacing too, because a lot of times when people
Pacing
watch
is great.
you ask people about movies, they say where it was kind of slow during this scene or a little during that scene. I can't think of any scene in here that was slow. I mean, everything was, even where they're talking, it added to the plot. So it wasn't like just a drag it down. So yeah, I think it was. I mean, Sam Raimi really knows how to keep that pace going.
He knows how to do it. Yeah, like some things can get so talky that you just want to like leave and just stop watching, right? But even his talky scenes are good.
Yep. Well, he reminds you of the Zaz team, the ones that made Naked Gun and all those. Is that even when people are talking, there's always something going on. So on the rewatch, you'll always say, well, wait a minute, I didn't even see that the last time. So it's so packed with detail.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, when there's a talking scene, it's actually contributing to the storyline, right? And
it does, and it moves the plot forward. The whole point is moving the plot forward.
Yeah, you know what? One thing,
building the storyline, exactly.
One thing you can't say about this really far out movie is unfathomable or ridiculous.
Yep.
That's the crazy thing. For a total fantasy film, basically, it totally kind of makes sense, right? In its own little weird world.
Right. Right. And if you show this to somebody, like, let's just say the movie separately. Let's say if you show this movie to somebody, say, what do you think? Let's say they'd never seen any of this. And you say, what do you think? And they say, well, I don't know, it was okay, but I kind of prefer horror more. Oh, well, that's easy. Then watch the first movie. Or if they say, well, I liked it, but a little less humor and a little more horror and humor kind of mixed. Oh, then watch the second movie. So you've got your variety right there.
Can I make a crazy assertion?
Go for it.
Maybe the tone of the movies never changed, but how we felt about the delivery of the movies was different, especially if you were, say, read in and had seen the previous movies. Because for me, when I saw this amazing series of movies, I was just dropped in from Army of Darkness and had to work backwards.
Me too.
Me three.
So all three of you saw the third movie first.
Well, the thing is, what's
I was just too young to have experienced the other ones, but I would say also this. We talk a lot about Ray Harryhausen and his influences all over this, but I don't think he would ever have been angry or ashamed or mad about what they did, because I thought that they did what he did justice.
Oh, he did. I saw an interview with him. He was flattered when people did stuff like this.
Yeah,
especially when
he was trying to make people do stuff like this. He was trying to inspire it.
Ray Bradbury to be a consultant, because I think if he'd had an honorarium, even like a modest fee, I bet he would have been proud to give a couple hours of his time out of his life to give them tips and pointers on how to improve the stop motion in this film.
Yeah, I agree with
but
that.
It wouldn't
and
be the same,
not only that.
Because Ray was a generous, lovely man from everything I've ever read about.
He was, and he was very kind. And the only sad thing is he lived long enough to watch CGI replace stop motion, and that broke his heart.
I feel,
You know what? Honestly, CGI has not been what they told us it would be, is it? And Nemesis.
I've never liked CGI.
Nemesis, I want to know what you think about CGI.
Oh, I'll always take practical effects over CGI. Like it just it is what it is. Like the shittiest practical effect will always look more real than realistic CGI because I know it. My brain knows deep down that that's just pixels. It's not there. It's not real. It's basically
Right.
my
Yeah, I agree
imagination.
100%, Nemesis.
Uh,
Absolutely.
and again, Pop, thank you for letting me kind of like do a roundtable here and interview people. But that's kind of what that's kind of why everyone here is invited to be a guest on Saving Star Trek.
Very cool.
Well, thank
You
you.
know what?
Thank you,
If I
Admiral.
have to do it at some kind of weird time, because I know Sundays are crazy for you, Pop, but you and me on the original series, I think would be a great discussion. Did you hear the thing I did with Scotty?
I saw
No,
that.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You know what? It's not a crime. I will work around people's schedules, but Saving Star Trek is a show about your personal experiences with Star
And
Trek and
it's
how it
on
affected
Sundays.
you.
It's
I'm
on
doing it
Sundays.
on, so far. I'm doing it on Sundays, but like for you, I'll change it, or we'll
Oh
do it
no, that's
as
not
a.
necessary. What time is it on Sundays? You're
I got nothing but time for you, Pop. We might have to take a
I don't
couple
want you to
weeks to
change it for
plan.
me. What time do you currently have it? Do you have it?
You know what? There's a Super Bowl this week, so we're not going to do it. I'm
There
not going to
is
bother
okay.
with that. Yeah, yeah, and I think that Philly will win, but that's a different story. But between you and me, Saving Star Trek is a live one-on-one interview show where we get to know the people who review and talk about Star Trek. And we talk about your favorite Star Trek episode, and I research it. And then like we have a conversation about that. We go into Trek movies, and then it can get really speculative. I the one with Scotty's 4 hours, but I encourage you to listen to like maybe the first hour because we didn't do chats, and there won't be a lot of attention to the chat in the first while of Saving Star Trek because what we do is we get to know the person, and we can't do that on another panel show where we just read chats. So I'm taking that chance. I will go one-on-one, and I think everyone here would be a great guest. And Nemesis, that's you too, Pop. I mean, the conversations we could have about even the movies.
Do I get
Okay,
included
so
as a guest potential too?
Oh, absolutely, pop culture.
yeah. Oh no, that was PvP that
That
asked
was
you that.
I'm
PvP.
sorry.
PvP here.
Absolutely, yeah. I misspoke.
I
Absolutely,
know
That's all right.
sometimes I'm
PvP.
quiet, but I do have opinions.
Admiralty is broadcasting really drunk. Does it show?
A
Yes.
little bit. Yeah, it does
So
a
your
little
next
bit.
stream. So your next stream,
That's
Admiral.
okay. That's okay, Admiral, because you should have seen me on the last one.
What I do is I try to set up 3 potential guests because 2 people always cancel.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
so
I won't be
Admiral.
ready for a while anyway. So put me on the lower down on the list.
So
Well,
the
you
next.
got to figure out your favorite episode of Star Trek so we can talk
Oh, I got that
about
figured
it.
out. I don't even have to think about that one.
And then we have a personal talk about why it affects you, and then we get into the movies, and then we
Sure.
talk about what lies ahead for Star Trek. Because
Well, what lies ahead doesn't look good.
we only pay a little attention to that. I'm sorry I'm taking up your time, Pop and Nemesis. The thing is, the way to save Star Trek is to preserve it by talking about how great it was between people who love it, and that's why I need everyone here to, hopefully beyond saving Star Trek, which we try to do on Sundays, and we try to get as close to the abandoned Doomcock time or noon. Either one works. But if you
I don't know.
can't
I
do it
don't watch
live, I'll
Doomcock.
work around it. Well, Doomcock's time was
That,
8 o'clock Sunday, and he
well,
walked off that. He's on Wednesday now.
I know he took over my Gilligan's Island stream. Unfortunately, I was doing well until he moved his stream to Wednesdays.
Oh, that
You
dirty
know
bugger.
what I do, Pop? I keep open a window for both, and I go back and forth. But then I listen to yours in full every time because I don't think people know what it's like to listen to pop culture, Curator do a Gilligan's Island episode. I didn't know that the vanilla gorilla unicorn was the ape from Gilligan's Island until you told me. You made me a better Star Trek fan. And I love that podcast. It's so lovingly done.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and let me know. I just followed you on Twitter. Let me know when you are going to do another stream, and I'll try to be there.
Listen, even if you can't, there will be a special saving Star Trek where we record it because I so value your perspective.
What time zone are you in?
I'm in the Eastern time zone, GMT -5.
Okay, I'm available anytime. I work Sunday day, but I'm available anytime after 6:30 p.m., 9:30 your time. Unfortunately, I can keep it short because I know it's late for you, but I'm available anytime after about 9:30 your time.
You know what? Maybe we could do it. I could do it by recording because honestly, you're such a great Star Trek analyst, and what I want to do is more than talk about Star Trek. Talk about Star Trek with the people that we've gotten to know analyzing Star Trek. So I don't know if you heard. You said you didn't hear much of it, but guest one was PDB, and we talked about his favorite Star Trek episode, and that's one format. And then
all right,
the next guest was Scotty.
Okay, so that's great because that reminds me. That's usually the next thing I do. I appreciate that. I wanted to thank everybody in the chat for being here. There's a long list, and I want to apologize because I usually stick to reading the chats.
I'm very sorry that I delayed that.
I just want to.
And Nemesis, will you please consider coming on too?
I want to interject for 1 second here. I think Cardinal Sin is actually planning to do a live stream of Blake Seven's episodes sometime on Sunday, starting this weekend. So that might be a conflict for you guys. Just want to make you aware of that.
Well, not for me, but maybe for you guys.
I don't do any live streams right now. I'm not up to speed yet, but I think Jill mentioned that Cardinal was planning on doing a couple of episodes every Sunday. I'm not sure on the time because Jill didn't know what it was yet. So yeah, I just want to make you aware of that because that might be a conflict if you're doing live streams against Cardinal.
Well, gentlemen, if we're doing business, Nemesis, are you AFK or are you there?
I don't know. I've been here the whole time. I just don't get a chance to talk. Yes,
I'm sorry, Nemesis.
Yeah, I've been feeling that way a little bit too, actually, to be honest.
Admiral Dig, if you can, if you can kind of keep it to a minimum because you have been over talking everybody and interrupting. So maybe
I apologize.
Because I think we would get through a lot quicker just to give everybody a fair voice.
Well, we're still ahead of the shortest time ever on these movies.
Right, but that's not the point. The point is I want everyone to be treated equally and fair, and I want to try to be nice about it as possible.
Thank you.
I don't want anyone to feel left out. Yeah, you're welcome, PvP.
Thank you, Pop.
You're welcome, Nemesis. Especially you, Nemesis. I hardly ever get to see you. And I want to thank everybody in the chat. I mean, like I said, I really feel bad that there's a lot of chats that I wasn't able to get to, but I was kind of rushing through. And selfish me, I shouldn't have had the delivery during the stream. I won't do that again. But I want to thank everybody there. I was kind of naming most people by name. If there's anybody that came in late that I didn't mention, I appreciate you being here. I'm not trying to ignore you. I know Jedi Bill came in late. Lemon Pie was here. And Sean Carter was here. PvP, of course, is on the panel. And I know Hungry Boy was here. Gorilla's Random Thoughts was here. Captain Infinity was here. Scogly was here. Cam. Wow, what a great turnout. A Canadian Spider-Man was here. Lucky guy. And so this is the point where I ask your streams, and this is your chance to plug your channels if you have any content. Nemesis, you were here first, so I'd like to ask you, is there anything you'd like to share about your channel?
Yeah, thanks, Pops. There right now it's just Yu-Gi-Oh! And Skullgirls Mobile, which is a fighting game. there will be plenty more down the pipeline. I just don't have a lot of time right now, so I'll just be sticking with those gameplay for now.
Oh,
And
very
yeah,
cool. Have I followed you on Twitter yet, Nemesis? Are
oh,
you
I'm
on?
barely on Twitter. Like you, by all means, follow me, guys. I'm not super active aside from like checking out the stream post, and that's about it.
Well, yeah, that's all I do too. Is I check out when somebody's streaming, or I use it to advertise my stream. I have a group on there, and I add all the users in there, so where when I put a post up, everybody sees it at the same time. It kind of makes it easier.
Perfect. All right, yeah. Feel free to add me.
Well, if you'd like to put in the private chat your Twitter handle, I will include it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can do that.
I don't know if it's called handle or not. Admiral Teague, I just followed you, so I now have your Twitter handle, not twiddle handle, Twitter handle. That's it.
Isn't it both, really?
Probably so, right? I'm not going to deny that.
I look forward to being able to talk to you directly. And thank you for letting me be here. It was a pleasure.
Glad to have you here. And PvP, what say you about your channel?
Well, it's still just music playlists because I love music so much. When I was young, one person actually told me one time, if you didn't love music so much, you probably wouldn't be here anymore. And that was one of those epiphany moments when I thought, damn, I've had so much crap in my life. That might be actually true. And music is kind of that life-saving thing at times, right? When
I understand.
at your low points and you got that favorite album, you put it on and it makes you feel good about being alive, and you go on with things, right? So music playlists, I'm always adding to them every week. There's always new albums. I'm basically been putting some of my favorite albums up lately if you want to check out those playlists, because I think I got quite a variety of different kinds of things. I've got everything from like hard rock to folk music on there, so there's a wide variety of things for people that would like to check it out. And I'm still trying to think of what the hell would I do? What kind of content, video, or even live streams am I going to do? Because there's so many of you guys on here already doing very interesting.
Well, that's why we'll do open mic. I'll help you get it.
I'm just like, I don't know what to do. And by the way, Pop, I do apologize. You've made the gracious offer for
if you just open up the channel, people will be there.
Now, if I can continue, please. Pop, you've made the generous offer to help me figure out how to do live streams on StreamYard. I do appreciate it. I will take you up on your offer one of these days, but you know how it is when you're working and, life and all that crap, right? So one of these days, by the way, I just want to ask, you did email me that link then when Captain Infinity asked me on his live stream a few nights ago. Is that an email I can reach you at?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Great. Okay. I will contact you by email because that's obviously the easiest way pretty much to do it. So I will email you, when I have some time, maybe this weekend, I will let you know.
Great. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And I know there's a couple, I forgot to mention Euler Greg and Mad Scientist. I'm going through, I hope I'm trying to I don't want anyone to feel left out. And I know Resolute Germ, I don't think I mentioned him. So Resolute Germ, thank you for being here. And now, Admiral Teague, tell us about your channel. What do you have to share?
We have fresh uploads. There'll be one in about 24 hours about the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power fiasco, and how Amazon is going to make that even worse and more woke than we thought it would be, and how last season is going to look like pretty good by the time they get to this one. And we're following what I would call a mock countdown to what's really Star Trek 14, and they're calling Star Trek 4. And it's looking like it's going to be birthed out of New Trek Picard. So we're on that every week with another upload. I'm about 2 weeks behind the New Trek propaganda, but I have to listen to it through an AI because I get it from South Korean CBS.
Okay, that's an interesting way to see it. Hopefully it improves it.
I will save Star Trek if I have to listen to an AI deliver me That information. What's weird is the AI drops stuff that they don't tell us. So I think it's like Bangladeshi or some non-English speaking language version of CBS. But I do want to extend an invitation here to every member of the panel to Saving Star Trek, because I think that we have enough real Star Trek fans here that we can make a difference. And by remembering why we love Star Trek, we might help
Okay.
save it.
All right, I appreciate that. So I don't know if you guys heard earlier, but Jedi Bill suggested a couple weeks ago. We've now concluded our Evil Dead franchise, Evil Dead trilogy, not franchise, but Evil Dead trilogy movies. So next week I'll be picking up what I believe will be John Carpenter's The Thing.
Oh,
So
So
excellent.
do we want to?
You're not
Do we
going
wanna
to
start
deal
with
with
that?
the Evil Dead show at all.
not yet.
All right.
Sorry,
okay.
Nemesis.
Fair
What were you
enough.
saying?
I'm just
Nemesis.
saying, like that's a masterclass movie. Are we sure we really want to do that on stream 4? Shouldn't we save that for like a special stream?
Okay, so yeah, good question. So my question is, right? Should we go? Because here's how I put it: Evil Dead, the trilogy we just covered, is A plus, 1 out of 10. It's a 10, and The Thing is A plus, 1 out of 10 out of the 10. So
True.
maybe yeah, you're right. Maybe we should postpone it and do like maybe an 8 out of 10 or something in the meantime. You're thinking?
Well, could you maybe put on your community tab, Pop, a selection of films that we could vote on?
Yeah. Somebody mentioned the other day on another stream that if I covered the Phantasm movies.
No, but if you give us like maybe 5 or 6 films we could vote on or whatever, that would be awesome.
Or
Yeah,
Hellraiser. I'd love to
yeah,
hear your perspective on
yeah, I
that.
love the Hellraiser movies.
Because
at
I
least the
got to be
first two.
honest, there's some films I will love to participate in. There's other films I just have no interest in, right? So
Which is right, which is understandable. We're all like that. I'm still getting used to my community tab. I don't know if it'll let me put a poll on there, but I will. That's a good idea. I really appreciate that, BBB.
yeah, I mean, if you can, that would be great because then we could have a choice. Maybe even consider. I mean, this might be a dumb idea, but maybe just some of the classic horror films, like maybe the Universal monsters or
Yes, I want to cover
some of the
everything.
the
Yes.
Christopher Lee Dracula films or
Yep.
something.
Oh my God, the Hammer horror. It's like
Yeah,
meat and
the Hammer
potatoes of
horror
horror.
films. I would love to talk about some of those.
They're a
Yes.
lot of fun, aren't they?
They're
Yeah,
awesome.
there's so much. Yeah, I think you're right. So, Jedi Bill, if you can hear me, I apologize. I know he was looking forward to the thing next week, but you're
I'd
right.
love to see the thing. I mean, I love the thing. So anytime you want to put that movie on, I will definitely try and join in.
Now, Pop,
Yeah,
you,
but
you scoff at the Thing prequel, right?
Are you talking about that remake, the CGI remake?
It had moments, but it
Oh yeah,
wasn't
but
great.
yeah, I won't. No,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna show that. That was a piss on
No,
the
no,
on the
I
original
don't
thing.
want
Yeah.
you to show it. I'm just like, what hot take or whatever. You're like off
I
the
can
top of your
only I
head.
only sat through about 10 minutes of it, and that was on fast forward, and I'll never watch it again. I'll put it that way.
Wow, is that painful?
It was terrible,
See,
terrible. But that's a
I
discussion for a different day.
I got to like the middle of it, but I did have the
No
same
thanks.
reaction.
No, yeah, no, yeah, no. It was just. I'm trying not to swear.
Pop
It
culture
was a
curators
disgusting.
I
saving
often
people.
do that in my life.
He's
Yeah, this-
saving you money because he's definitely right. I watched
Yeah.
the movie and I found it, and he's right. He's right again.
But I'll tell you guys what. Yeah, right. If you haven't already, sub to my channel, and I will.
I have.
I'll put something up in. I'll put something. Thank you. I'll put something in my community tab, and hit the alerts so that you'll get that alert when I put it in my community tab, and I will. And that's a good idea. I'm going to cover it because, like I said, we've been covering 10 out of 10 movies for the last 3 streams. So we'll do something that's still good, but let's put it maybe a little more classic. Yeah, maybe I'll pick something a little more classic before we
like
delve into the
yeah,
thing.
Even maybe, are there any good 50s horror films? I can't remember.
Plenty.
now.
Oh my
Must be a
goodness.
few.
Oh yeah.
This
Well, I mean,
island Earth.
How about the 50s Invasion of the Body Snatchers? I always love that.
Oh, I
film.
love that movie. That's one of my favorites.
That's a great film.
Might I suggest This Island Earth comes first?
This Island of Earth is okay, but it's very long.
It's
2.5
sci-fi too, not
hours.
really horror, right?
Well, I mean, why don't we
Right.
just take like say
Eventually, we'll cover.
10 pictures and just do the
But
whole
if we're
thing
going to
like
stick to
that?
horror, we should stick to horror.
Well,
You know.
what I want to do is the name of the stream is horror sci-fi.
Oh,
So
well,
we
Right.
will be getting
hey,
right.
how about
We will
Forbidden Planet then?
right. We will be covering that kind of stuff as well. Right. Horror and
Well,
sci-fi and horror sci-fi mix.
There's
all
also a
I-
lot of Harryhausen sci-fi movies early in his career that might be worth covering.
Oh yeah, there's so many of right.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff early on. That's great.
well,
But you know
How
what?
about the flying saucer one Harryhausen did?
Earth versus the Flying Saucers.
That's a great film.
Oh yes. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's compromise. Let's compromise. All right. What do you guys say? If I was to give a vote for anybody, if there's anybody left in the chat, please let me know in the chat. And for those of you on the panel, how about next week we do the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
I would vote for that.
original.
Yeah, with Kevin McCarthy
I love
and
Kevin
Dana
McCarthy in
Winter.
that. He's great.
This,
But if we do that, that means we're gonna have to eventually do the sequels. At least the
I
first
think that's
two.
better than the sequel for me.
do we right now yield to the fact that it's like probably a 3.5 to 4 hour discussion now?
Are you talking about this discussion, or if we cover Invasion
No,
of the Body Snatchers?
if we were to do Body Snatchers the same way,
It wouldn't
because
have to be
that
that
movie,
long for me, but
well,
It
well,
all
I
depends
mean,
on how,
yeah,
if we have tangents and what substances are being involved and what
Right, and
yeah,
there's-
it depends
we
how
can
many
do.
tangents, right? Yeah, exactly.
Right,
That
and,
was-
and, and I probably don't have as much background info on that movie, so that'll help kind of keep it shorter too.
well, all I can say is if I've overtalked anybody or made anybody's contribution lesser, I apologize to everyone on the panel right now, and I'm still
you.
getting better at this. And if I've offended anybody, I am sorry.
Well,
thank you. I don't think it was intentional.
Well, I hope it wasn't that bad, but you know what? Whatever.
Sean Carter says, "Oh wow, lovely Sherry's here. So good to see you, lovely Sherry." She's probably wondering
Lemon
what's going on.
pie.
Just gonna say.
Yeah, lemon pie. Sean
Lemon
Carter says,
pie.
"Universal Classics are good Halloween stream ideas." Yeah, but it'll take us a lot of Halloweens to get through them. Nemesis of Eden says, "Thank you very much, PvP. I try my best to be respectful and let everyone have their voice, and it shows." Nemesis, you're very polite, and I appreciate that.
I enjoyed Nemesis contributions.
I wish
Absolutely.
Nemesis was more assertive because he's
Not
always
necessary.
on.
Nope, nobody has to.
We're not
Nobody.
all that
Right.
assertive. Some of us
Right.
are kind of
All right, how about
Nobody
may I
has to
rephrase it?
Hold on,
May-
if I may, nobody has to fight for attention on my stream. They may have to on others, but I won't allow it on my stream. I don't consider that necessary. I'm hoping that people come on here will respect others enough where they don't have to fight for a voice.
I try
How,
to.
how about this? I say that when Nemesis of Eden talks, it's always pretty profound, and I respect what he says.
Well, and he does like what I do. When I go into the streams, I end up getting talked over all the time, and I just mute. So I understand where Nemesis is coming from.
Yeah, and I apologize if I was a problem tonight. It happens.
No, it's all right. It's all right. That's in the past. So, Hungry Boys.
That's what I love about
worries.
you, Pop. You're one of the most forgiving and nicest guys on YouTube, and you just don't fight.
Thank
Hey,
you.
I've had my streams where I've gone a little bit over the edge too, and people have forgiven me. So I
We all
have
make
I have
mistakes.
forgiveness in my heart for others. I'm a very patient.
Right, and
person.
right, and if I see somebody do it, I will give them a kind warning. Hungry Boy says prequel was Garbaggio. Definitely, he's talking about the thing.
Hi,
Nemesis
Hungry.
Eden says, "Hey, thanks for being there, lovely Sherry." And Hungry Boy says, "Not good enough to watch for free." Was the prequel right? In fact, you paid me $100. I won't sit through it again. Sherry has turned this from all sausage to just mostly sausage. Oh, it's always. I love having a beautiful face here, especially when it comes to horror. Not a lot of women enjoy horror. Lemon Pie says, "Yo, hungry," and Lovely Sherry says, "Hello at Nemesis of Eden."
Yeah, if I ever
Lovely
found a
Shy-
girl that really loved horror, fantasy, and sci-fi, man, I'd keep her.
Well, you got the fantasy sci-fi with Jill, but she's taken, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, Jill's a gem, isn't she? She's
Yeah,
I
she's
like Jill.
wonderful. And her
She's so
husband's a
awesome.
very, very lucky man. I'm sure he
He's an
understands what he
extremely
has.
lucky man. I'm jealous.
Right. She is very rare. Talk about a diamond in the fold. My
Well, let's
God.
see.
She is the
She's smart. She's
inverse.
funny. She's intelligent. I mean, she's just everything. Jill is awesome.
She's
Yep.
the inverse of Admiral Teague. She
Right.
speaks
If
very
I was
rarely, but it's always profound.
if I was about 20 years younger, right, and had it, maybe met her before she, but that's a different
Yeah,
parallel universe.
I'm pretty much. I agree. Pretty much in the same boat with you there, Pop.
Oh, right.
I don't like to
Humming
think of
for
Jill that way
Clubhouse.
though, because I think of Jill as the nice, cool internet friend on here, and
Right. She's a
that's
friend.
all it is. That's all it is.
And and which reminds me, and it gets to the point where you got to be careful with your praise because it can get to the point where it can be creepy.
Oh, I
So,
do
right. So
very much
right.
temper my praise with Jill because I know Jill's
Right.
she's told me
It's
she's
not
very
just-
much an introvert, right? So I try to respect that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
You
it's
can
not
tell she's
just
very
Jill,
quiet
it's
and
everyone,
shy.
right?
Yeah,
It
Jill's
is.
a
Start off.
sensitive soul, and I respect.
Oh, don't
that.
apologize, Nemesis. You're fine. Hungry Boy says I like the 7812. Exactly, that's what I was saying. Hungry Boy is if I cover the 50s version, I've got to cover the 70 version. Even the 90 version of Body Snatchers wasn't bad. So, but we'll discuss
Speaking
that.
of-
Shoot.
Yeah, there's so much good horror.
Yeah,
It's
speaking
hard
of
to know where
the
to
50s
start.
version. Are we going to
Yes.
cover The Thing from Outer Space, which is the original Thing priest?
With James Arness?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to watch the James Arness version and cover that for sure.
Well, let's
Can
do that
anyone-
then.
Can anyone tell me what level of like immersion that movie attempts? Like, is it a movie of the 50s where it's just real weird? I mean, fill me in on this one.
It's not ethereal, I guess. Easy to follow the plot. And what helps is that it kind of has, of course, it's not as good as the masterpiece as the 82 John Carpenter version, but it does have the claustrophobia and it keeps your attention and the suspense.
Yes.
So
there's some scenes where James Arness, like there's like one of those what do they call it, the shock value thing or whatever, where he comes through a doorway or something.
Now, does he just voice this thing? And there's
no. He has no voice. He has no
James
voice.
Arness is in the movie.
Right, he doesn't talk. No voice.
One thing we could say right now is they would have gotten like quote a traditionally trained clown or a classically trained clown.
No. Hold on, stop. No, you're on a different tangent. No, if anybody's read the book by John Campbell called "Who Goes There," no, what it was is it described for a being that could morph, and the capabilities just weren't there for the 50s. That's why they had to put a man in a suit. But that doesn't make the movie bad. Right, the movie's still good. Lovely Sherry says, I love horror. So, Sherry, you've come to the right place. And Hungry Boy says the original thing was 51. God, it goes back that far.
Yeah, there's several.
I think all horror should be open from any decade. If it's good, it's good, right? And even if it's bad,
like horror.
It might be worth talking about.
I like horror. I'll be back to this. I like even silent horror. I like Edison's Frankenstein.
Well, let's be honest.
How about Nosferatu?
Yeah,
that's what I was just going to mention.
Nosferatu would be an awesome stream.
Nosferatu,
creepy film.
Right,
well,
we definitely need to cover Nosferatu because it's being remade right now.
Oh no!
Oh, is it?
No!
But wait,
just say the thing is the perfect stream for you because it's horror and sci-fi.
Admiral, hold on. Nosferatu, listen to this, guys. It's in the right hands, believe it or not. It's being done by Robert Eggers, the guy who did The Witch and The Lighthouse.
Oh, really?
Yes, he does everything to make it look like very authentic. He even uses cameras of the day. Cameras, film stock. So I'm not saying it's going to be perfect because I don't know, but I'm saying if anybody was good to do it, he's the only one I trust.
So he's making a genuine attempt at authenticity.
Yes.
And
that could be good.
Right, and he hired Willem Dafoe.
Oh, even better.
Right, I don't know if he's going to be playing Nosferatu or not, but it's very likely.
Willem Dafoe. I think he's a good actor.
He is very versatile. But it's his.
Wow.
He made it. He made friends with Robert Eggers when they made The Lighthouse, and that's what got him the role for the new Nosferatu movie, which I've been watching very closely.
Wow. I'm amazed they're remaking that after all these decades. That's cool, actually.
Right. We'll cover that when we show it, because as I don't know if you guys all know, but it was part of a lawsuit that the Bram Stoker estate sued because they said it stole from
Oh,
Dracula and blah blah blah.
oh
It was
wow.
buried, and they thought it was lost, but we're lucky we even have it to refer to. So
Wow.
when it happens, I definitely want to cover Nosferatu.
Yes,
I huge
definitely
fan of it.
something to put in the pipeline, eh, Pop?
Right, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. We'll do all that.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Hungry Boy says the 51 thing also had a great rapid fire dialogue, and it has a small part played by Paul Frees. Yeah, you're right. The dialogue back then was absolutely fantastic, and Paul Frees, we all know him, the voice of Tony the Tiger, among other many other things. 79 Nosferatu was acceptable too with Klaus Kinski. Yes, starring Klaus Kinski, and so was it Kiss the Vampire? Wasn't that the one with John Malkovich? Legend of the Vampire. I have to watch. Sorry, my mind. I've got too many things going on in my mind now. And Lemon Pie says, "Hungry Boy, you guessed it, a handshake." Oh, I got a new subscriber, John Hutzel. Thank you, John, if you're listening. So, okay, so all right, if we do, that's just it. Okay, so if we do Invasion of the Body Snatchers, we will have to do the sequels. So maybe you guys think we should cover something that doesn't have sequels because we're not ready to dive into another trilogy yet.
Sure,
So
we can
I'll
do
come
some standalone films.
right. So I will. I'll come up with some. I don't know why, but the first thing I think of is Amazing Colossal Man, but I can't because that's 2 movies. But yeah, I'm going to be covering the Bird Eye Gordon movies as well. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Bird Eye Gordon.
Actually,
So
Pop, a great series I'd love to recommend would be the what is it? The Edgar Allan Poe series by what's his
Roger
name?
Corman.
Roger Corman. Those are brilliant,
Yep.
incredible films for total low budget, and they're some of the favorite films I've ever seen. Like, and a lot of them star Vincent Price. I mean, those are
Boris
great
Karloff.
films. Boris Karloff, yeah,
Uh
those are
huh.
amazing films. I mean, I would love to see you cover that series.
I definitely plan on it. So what I'll do is I'll post in my community tab on YouTube some suggestions, and I'll let you guys vote. And
Okay.
obviously, I will leave it open for suggestions. So if there's anything, a title that I haven't thought of, I'm open to more titles. But okay, so here's the criteria: is next movie something that I'm trying to pick something we've all seen, something that's a standalone movie that didn't have sequels, and something that obviously is good. And I'll come up with something. I'll think about it. I promise.
You know, this movie has a sequel, but and I'm not suggesting you do it next, but it would be amazing to get your perspective on the X-Files first movie.
I'm okay. I just started. Actually, I'd never seen the X Files before because I thought of it as talking heads.
Really?
But I
X
just
Files
started.
is the first 5 seasons filmed here in Vancouver were great. When
Right.
they
I just
moved it to
started.
California, it started to go downhill. Season 6 and even 7 were not bad, but after that,
That's what I
it's
heard. Yeah.
it's kind of not worthwhile. The
Well,
first
and
5 seasons were pretty damn good, though. There were some
I
great
started watching.
episodes.
I obtained the first season, and I've gotten through about I think maybe 7 or 8 episodes, and it seems repetitive. But I'm going to try to go
Oh, there's
back
some
and
really good ones.
watch it
There's
again.
there's one. What was it? Harold Bruckman's Repose or something. That won an Emmy award for that brilliant actor. I can't remember his name, but
Peter
that
Boyle.
was an episode that blew my mind. It was so good. It was
Yeah,
just,
Peter
it
Boyle.
was incredible. Peter Boyle, he won the Emmy for that, and he deserved it because that was a brilliant episode. And X Files does have a lot of great episodes. If you give it a chance.
Well, Peter Boyle has a storied career. Wasn't he not Mel Brooks' Frankenstein?
I
Yes.
remember him in Joe. That was
He,
a pretty weird film.
right. He was the Frankenstein's monster in Young Frankenstein.
Hey, speaking of Frankenstein,
And how
this is crazy.
is there a more funny comedy on horror?
I just wanted to mention to Pop, this is a crazy synergy or synchronicity or something, but I actually was going to bring up a film I really wanted to suggest for the stream, Pop. Uh,
There it is.
there's
Yes.
a
Thank you,
there's a
Hungry Boy. You're right. Sorry, go ahead, PvP.
Yeah, there's TV. It's a television movie, but don't let that fool you. It's really a great film called Frankenstein: The True Story from 1973. It was a
Type starring
British
Michael
television.
Sarrazin. Right.
Michael Sarrazin, and he was brilliant in that role. I love that film.
Yep.
That was a I mean, it was so good it could have been in the theaters, right? It was a brilliant film.
Yep.
And Michael Sarrazin, Canadian actor, by the way. I'll put that little, in there. But yeah,
Go
that was a
Canada.
great
Yay.
film.
He's no William Shatner, but he's a Canadian actor.
He was damn good. He was great playing Frankenstein in that role, and that would be one pop, that
Happy
I would
420.
urge you to consider because it's a really, really interesting film.
Thank you. I appreciate
Very
that.
original take on the Frankenstein myth.
Right. And originally it was a 2-part
It
TV
was.
movie. So total it's about 3 to 4 hours.
It's
around
like
there.
about 4 hours, yeah. But
Uh-huh.
I watched
James
the whole
Mason,
thing actually
right?
when it was broadcast. I saw it, and then I've watched it since then. I think it's on YouTube, possibly. And it's it's got some really shocking scenes too for a TV movie. I'll tell you.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty good.
It's got some real gore.
And Hungry Boy is right. As Shadow of the Vampire, excellent movie. I highly recommend it. And Max Shrek did. That's why I'm wanting to Poe. Are they going to play Max Shrek in the new movie because he's already done it once before? He did do a good job. That was a great movie.
Yeah, Shrek was a brilliant actor.
Shadow of the Vampire was an absolutely great movie. I loved every minute of it.
I agree. And Hungry Boy says Shrek, aka Nosferatu himself, and Nemesis of Eden. Thank you, Nemesis. Sorry you have to put it in the chat. That would be sick to have William play Count Orlok. Ooh, yeah. Hungry for Clubhouse. Hungry Boy. I keep saying because Hungry Boy keeps changing his name, so I'm going to say Hungry Boy. I like Canadian X-Files best.
I agree with
And
Hungry Boy.
Hungry Boy.
100%.
Hungry Boy
I'd
says
like to
Nemesis
see
of Eden. Well,
that.
he did. Nemesis of Eden says, well, he did in the Malkovich film. Exactly. So it'll be interesting to see who he plays in the new one. Maybe he'll do Renfield. Hey, you never know, right? He'll be a better Renfield than this. I don't like swearing, but this shitty ass movie coming out called Renfield. It makes me angry just looking at that trailer. I'm glad I don't do hatred reviews because I'd be all over that horrible. The moment Nicolas Cage. Oh my god, that movie looks bad.
Can you please expand on that? Because I think a lot of people out there want to know about this movie. Because Nicolas Cage is an interesting actor.
Well,
how does this go wrong? Tell us the story.
I like Nicolas Cage in his earlier stuff. I think he's kind of fallen into crap in the last 20 years.
Well,
Nicolas Cage.
I want to hear from Pop.
Well, I'll make it quick.
Of course you do.
We could.
I noticed that before.
We could talk about this next week. Remind me, and I'll bring it. And I'll remind me next stream, and I'll mention it. But Nicolas Cage, I'll still watch him. He's hit and miss. It's the portrayal of Renfield that I absolutely loathe. That's not Renfield. That is a beta cuck, goth, pussy male. I don't like cussing, but it's so hard to hold back the swear words.
Now, Pop, we don't mind going long on this, right? It's okay to ask questions.
I do need to end the stream, unfortunately.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah, I'm glad I asked you that.
We're over 4 hours now.
Yeah, my dogs are about ready to lynch me. Unfortunately, I feel bad.
This is still the shortest Evil Dead stream. Nemesis, it was great to see you again.
Yeah, all of you. Nemesis of Eden, thank you. Like I said, you were here first and foremost. So I appreciate you being at my side through the whole stream.
Yeah, of course, guys. Thank you. It's great being here. Thank you so much, Pop. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And thanks to the chat for putting up with the nonsense and sticking with us for 4 hours and 23 minutes. And yeah, thank you again. This has been fun.
Yeah, I like seeing you, Nemesis. We have a good chat, and I like your comments. I think a lot of them are really, really good.
Yeah, Nemesis of Eden being here is definitely a highlight of my night. So
and
thank you.
You're obviously valued by someone who doesn't mention me in the same way. So I will say no more.
Well, I think
it's
I've
not
learned
a competition.
that. I think I've learned. I think I've learned that we have to wait a full 5 seconds to see if Nemesis of Eden is going to chime in, because your insights have been great.
Yep,
Well,
absolutely.
thank you.
And Lemon Pie says we don't mind going long. That's what she said. And Hungry
Heyo.
Boy, some Hungry Boy
Oh
summed it
yeah.
up. Yeah, Hungry Boy summed it up nicely for me. The Redfield film is like when millennials try the rip off of Buffy.
Oh
Buffy.
jeez, don't rip off Buffy. Buffy was
And
fine the
even
way it
that
was.
sounds better. Even that sounds better than that movie looks. And Hungry Boy says Nemesis of Eden, 50 years of reading about horror stuff. Oh, yeah, fellow horror fan. Okay, so I got to wrap this up because, like I said, my dogs are going to kill me literally.
Sounds good.
See, the thing is, I fed them right before the stream. So they haven't been out since 4 hours. So if I don't
Oh,
take them
maybe
out,
you
I'm
Oh,
going to.
should like feed them after the stream.
Well,
you know what?
it's so late that I don't want to feed them this late. That's the
Your
problem.
your
You got to figure out the
dogs
timing there, Pop.
your dogs
I know.
suffered for fans of this movie, because I have to say you did a great and fulsome job. And if I did disrespect or overtalk any of my other co-hosts, I do apologize. There's a
No,
buffering issue.
no, you're fine.
We're
No
all
apologies.
over the world. No, but I do apologize, and I
I know,
will.
but I accepted, and that's in the past. That's fine.
I'll be a
So I want
better
to thank you.
co-host, co-panelist in the future.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I do enjoy having you here. And most of all, like I said, I want to thank everybody in the chat. Without you guys, you lovely people, I wouldn't have this chat and it's this stream, and it's getting better and better. So I'm going to make sure I pick a good selection for you guys to choose from for our next stream. And I encourage and I welcome all of you to please come back. And I'll try to
Yeah,
streamline them a little better. Streamline them so not
I
maybe
just
not
want
as
to say I
long.
really, really thought the last three streams on the Evil Dead trilogy have been awesome, Pop. And I want to thank you for picking a really, really great series to start, these so-called horror streams with.
Yeah,
And yeah,
what's
hopefully you'll put up a nice. If you do have the community tab, you can put up something we can vote on, and I'm sure people will.
Absolutely, I will. Thank you.
my
You're
Thank
question would
welcome.
be: is the Road Warrior trilogy next?
Actually, I'd
I don't.
love to see you do the Road Warrior,
I love
but
Road
it's kind of
Warrior.
I
horror.
it
I
might
love
be
it, but
horror.
no,
Is it
hold on, stop,
horror and
stop, stop. No,
sci-fi?
no, no. Remember now, I love the Road Warrior, but no trilogies next. We just went through a trilogy, so I'm gonna get a standalone movie or two before we get anything else. Okay.
Good idea.
Well, they all
All right.
stand
So I'll
alone,
put
but I
some.
respect what you say.
All right. So I'll put some titles in the. I'll post it probably tomorrow on my community tab. Keep your eyes open. Hit the alert bell for my channel. If you're watching this on a rerun, the first thing I have to say is I apologize, but I appreciate you tuning into my channel, and please sub. I also cover Star Trek and Gilligan's Island, among many other things. And thank you in the chat. Thank you in the panel. Personally, thanks from me to you, Nemesis. Thanks from me to you, PvP. And thanks from me
Thank
to
you, Pop.
you, Admiral Teague. It is, believe me, you guys being here is my pleasure. And
Look,
I hope you guys can come back to the next one.
Well, I just want
uh,
to say thank you so much, Pop, for keeping this an open panel. Everybody's welcome, and I do love to try and contribute in my small, tiny way, to add a few
Uh,
comments. And I think your research you do on these movies is fantastic.
Thank you.
I consider myself a pupil, and I'm just gonna try to get better at being a little more like you, because I admire the way you do these things.
I appreciate that. If you guys get the chance, please hit the like button on the way out the door. And
Yeah,
Hit the like button
maybe
on,
I should do that. I'm
your
only
butt when
on
you
the
walk out the
stream,
door.
right?
right.
I just liked.
Okay, thank you. And
Thanks for
so,
having us, Pop.
it's like I said, I enjoy it, and it means a lot to me. This is my favorite stream.
You do a lot
They,
for all of us. It's been such an amazing experience. Thank you.
seriously, yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. And with that, I want everyone to take care and stay warm. A lot of us are going through some heavy storms right now, so hunker down and take care. And especially when you're on the road and if you're driving out in the crazy weather. Gorilla, I want to thank you for being here, and you're the one that has to drive out in the crazy snow and ice. So if you hear this, have a good night and get some sleep, guys, and take care, everybody. All right.